ITV, certainly the best.
Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet.
ITV, certainly the best.
Hello there, thanks for joining us on this week's edition of the program Icons on Independent Television. Icons is a program specially designed to showcase individuals, personalities who have made giant strides in our society in a very unique and special way. So you can learn from their stories, learn from their journeys, and imbibe some of the values, the culture, and the style of leadership that has defined their personality over the years. And bringing those values to bear in your life will definitely change your story. I'm Sonny Duke Okosun. It's always a delight to bring you this program every other week. In today's program, we have a generational prophet, a pastor of pastors, a teacher of teachers, a minister of the gospel with outstanding impact, an educationist par excellence, a spiritual leader who has continued to impact this generation, and I dare say even generations unborn. We're privileged to have in our midst as our guest for this week on the program Icons, the General Superintendent of Gospel Light International Ministries, also known as New Covenant Gospel Church, former National President of the Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria, the one and only Reverend Dr. Felix Omobode. It's a pleasure to have you on the program Icons, sir.
Thank you, Sonny. It's my privilege, and I thank you for counting me worthy to be part of this program.
Fantastic. I'm very honored to be interviewing you because I know as a child I watched you on television ministering. I watched you in crusades and several other opportunities that I had, and I'm grateful to God I have the privilege to be intervene you on a day like this. Share with us, what was it like growing up, looking at the heights that you've attained globally, the impact that you're making globally, ministry-wise. One would believe that you were born with a diamond spoon, or at least a golden spoon, or even a silver spoon. What was it like growing up?
Well, I can't tell you. There was no spoon when I wore a wooden spoon. So it's a very typical rural setup, and to a family that was barely making it. So all we knew was the house, the farm, the river. So Obanosa, which was then called Owa, was a very rural community, and I grew up the third of 15 children. That was life, what it was, and I didn't have the privilege of going to school. I grew up, many of my mates were, those who could afford it were in school. But my parents couldn't afford to send me to school until the government of then, Chief of Bafemi Awolowo, proclaimed free education for all children. It was then I went to the primary school in Obadosa. That was the beginning of my educational journey.
Fantastic. At what point did you move to Benin, and when you got to Benin, what were those activities that you got to serve involved in, before venturing into ministry, as it were?
Well, I came into Benin City. I was sick, but I had the burden of having myself educated. I went to the St. Patrick's Secondary Modern School, where St. Paul Catholic Church is now.
Okay.
It was all struggles. I was telling our students yesterday, I sold newspapers in this town to sustain.
So you were a newspaper vendor?
Yes. To sustain my educational aspiration. So that was what it was like.
At what point did you come to the conclusion that ministry was a calling? It was something that you would do for the rest of your life?
Well, first I pursued my aspiration in the field of engineering. When I finished from the secondary modern school, I went to Electro-Technical College, which is now Federal College of Education, Technica in Asaba. That was the year the Civil War broke out. So that made us to return back. And I went to the Government Trade Center. It was about struggles. I finished my City and Gates of London certificate in electrical installation. Then I continued pursuing my education in engineering. I worked. I left the Ministry of Works as a higher technical officer before I traveled abroad for that theological training. But in 1972, I turned my life over to Christ in a crusade organized by the late Archbishop Vincent Idahosa. It was almost immediately, as at that time we were told, you will be not discipled, and you begin to also tell others. So it was later that year, I attended the local Bible school, which is now All Nation, almost immediately, and the work of ministry started on part-time. So it was when we built the Miracle Center, the church built the Miracle Center, then everybody was moving to the new auditorium that the late Archbishop asked me to stay over in Yarrow to continue to pastor the place. That was where actually my pastoral work started.
So you were more or less like the first bishop of Church of God Mission Yarrow, so to speak.
I wouldn't call it bishop because at that time, of course, there were no bishopric. The late Archbishop, I was there when he became an Archbishop. So, but he trusted me to be the station pastor in the Yarrow, and became a district superintendent of the area, including up to Ondo State. So it was a privilege for me.
Within those years you were in Church of God Mission with the Archbishop,
Yes.
what were those values, those qualities, the characteristics that you got, and how did that influence you into starting your own ministry and being able to sustain the ministry since, I believe, 1988
Yes.
onward?
Well, you will never blame the Archbishop for not teaching you the Bible. You will blame him for teaching you too much. Because you can't go to his service and hear stories. His Bible. I had that privilege to be raised on a solid foundation. And, it has kept me over the years. In those days, you don't go into ministry for what you will get. I was pastoring in Yarrow. I was still working in Ministry of Works. And it was just my joy to serve. I never had a thought that a day like this will come. So I see it today as preparation stages of my life. And I will forever be grateful to God for the solid foundation that I had. I have, like you know, traveled quite far and wide, and I've held several positions, leadership positions. But that foundation is what is keeping me. And I have remained focused on Him who called me.
Fantastic. If you just joined us, the program is Icons. Our guest today is Reverend Dr. Felix Omobode, the General Superintendent of Gospel Light International Ministry, is also known as New Covenant Gospel Church, one-time National President of the Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria, sharing with us the thoughts about life, his journey of life, and values, strategies that have impacted and influenced his personality today is quite inspiring, very motivational. And I'm sure you're learning one or two things from this conversation to add value to your life. We'll take a short break. The program will be back in just a moment. Please stay. Many thanks again for rejoining us on the program Icons. Our guest is Reverend Dr. Felix Omobode. Thank you so much, sir, for giving us this honor and privilege to have this interaction with you. In 1998, you founded Gospel Light International Ministry, also known as New Covenant Gospel Church. How did that come about? Did you hear God? Or like some say, there are two categories of church leaders today: those whom God called and those that called God.
Yes. Well, I don't really want to take you into the circumstances that surrounded my life at that time. In all honesty, if anyone had told me that I would leave Church of God Mission, I would never have believed. I had good relationship with the leader, the leadership. I rose to the highest ruling body, the National Executive Council of the church. I was trusted to handle very sensitive areas of ministry. But, there was this storm that came, like as I said, I don't want to really go into it, but it pushed me to a place of prayer. When it looks around at all that I thought I had was collapsing. So I know I spent quite some days in prayer, broken spiritually, cried to God the situation I found myself. But then it was the 7th night of that my prayer exercise. I heard God speak to me. If you are around me, I'm not like those who say God say you go to the toilet, God say you should clean up. But I tell you, Duke, God spoke to me. And what he told me was to unconditionally forgive all I perceived hurt me. And that he was going to use me to start a new work. He put a lighted candle in my hand. I'm telling you the real thing. And asked me to go light others. So that's where the gospel light came up. We started in my sitting room. I had no money, I had nothing. About 12 people gathered with me in my sitting room. The next Sunday after it, we went to Nightfall to cut palm leaves, palm tree, and build a bamboo shade behind my house for a service.
Where was your house at this time?
At Webo Street, behind near behind Texami Road. So that was my first house, which I bought that land with Udoji. If you were brought up there.
I heard about the Udoji award.
So, but anyway, that was how we started. And miraculously, God provided a place for me. But we were only in the bamboo shade for one Sunday.
Wow.
The next Sunday, I found a hotel room in Edre, former Edre Hotel along TV Road. And that was how the journey started. It has been one level of growth to another. We spent less than a year or so in Edre Hotel. Then God provided a warehouse in Muselu, where we renovated, and it just started growing. We ran 2 services there before we moved down here.
Wow. That was really fast. And it really showed that it was God that called you and wasn't you that called him.
Well, we laid the foundation of the church here.
Yes.
I think 2 of our elders left the church. They told me it was over ambitious because it was too big, and the burden of how we're going to build
raise the money and build.
So the idea was build some 4 corners, something, and so this is the place now that has become too small. Because where we have a convention center, yes. So the growth is continuing.
Interesting. Let's talk about ministry of yesteryears,
Yes.
compared to what we have today. There are those who will believe that perhaps ministers of the gospel of yesteryears didn't really imbibe the right values and virtues in the subsequent ministers. So that transformation, that transition wasn't proper, and that's why we're where we are today. What's your take on the church yesterday, today, and the future against the background of some of the clear-cut realities that we see in ministry today from pastors, men of God, and all of that?
Well, in all honesty, I wouldn't absolve my generation from blame. It bothers me at times whether we have been able to impart the total truth to the upcoming generation. At the time that some of us came into ministry, the church was impoverished, very, very impoverished. I remember when my pastor then, the later bishop, bought a 504 station wagon. I mean, the press all over this country spoke against him that, how can a pastor ride such kind of,
Expensive car.
So he was a very strong man. He could stand firm on what he believed. So he began to teach. We began to realize that you can serve God, go to heaven, and still be relevant here on earth. That's what the Bible teaches. So the God who saves our soul doesn't say we should suffer, live in abject poverty here until we get to heaven. So that discovery brought what they now call the prosperity gospel. I think the inability to manage, strike a balance is where our problem is. I'm worried. We ran into a problem. I led the Pentecostal church in this country for 8 years. It was a great honor for me. But the Pentecostal church in Nigeria is a kingdom with many kings. So, for me, I mean, there are several colleges of bishop, whatever title you think of, we have them. So, at times, control or passing instructions are difficult. I mean, how can me, a pastor, now tell our bishop, sit down, don't do this or do this? You know, that's been one of the problems. Then, of course, there are many young people that left the university and they speak good English. You know, I've read the Bible, and most of the time they come out, some of them come out with greater crowd, greater following, and they have more money than you do. So, are you going to tell him, call him to order? You know, so these are some of the issues that we have. We read in the book of Judges that Joshua died at the age of 110. And all the elders who outlived Joshua, they served God. And all those generations passed. Then there arose another generation. It is that another generation that is the challenge. They did not know what God did for Israel. We need to let the upcoming generation know our values. Many of them are more educated than some of us. They've studied Greek and Hebrew and Latin, which we never had opportunity to do. I do know that revelation is progressive, but they also must not forget that even the little we knew helped them. Many of them got saved out of that little message that we had. And I'm concerned, one of the marks by which you know a man that has derailed from God is the spirit of arrogance. And he says, it is one of the marks. God taught me early in life to know that there is nothing that I have that has not been given to me. And the Bible says, when you have done everything you have done, so you should say to yourself that you are an unprofitable servant. You've just done what you ought to do. And I think that has guided me in my journey. That's what I was saying.
Thank you very much, sir. It's been a pleasure talking with you. I know that the thoughts that you shared are things that anyone with the right senses imbibes and takes advantage of will definitely have profound impact in such a person's life. Thank you very much, sir, for your time.
Thank you.
And once again, happy birthday to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, that's been a program for today on Icons. And our guest has been the General Superintendent of Gospel Light International Ministries, also known as New Covenant Gospel Church. His journey, quite an interesting one, starting out life with being a newspaper vendor. I'm sure at that time you never imagined what it would be today. The same for you. That's a story that should motivate you, inspire you to look at the brighter side of life, irrespective of where you are today and how things are with you. Until I come your way same time next week on Icons, I'm Sonny Duke Okosun, thanking you for staying with us. Have a lovely day ahead. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
Many thanks for joining us on the program Politics Today on Independent Television and Radio. I'm Sonny Duke Okosun. It's always a delight to have you join us on the program. Let's get the show started with some of the stories that we are following. President Bola Tinubu has directed all political appointees serving in his administration who intend to contest elective offices in the 2027 general elections to resign their appointments on or before March 31, 2026. The presidential mandate, which targets ministers, heads of agencies and aides, is aimed to ensure strict adherence to the country's legal framework and maintaining the integrity of the upcoming electoral cycle. According to a circular issued by the Office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, OSGF, the directive is pursuant to provisions of Section 88, subsection 1 of the Electoral Act 2026, as well as the timetable issued by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, for party primaries. You recall that Governor Monday Okwebolo did a similar thing some few weeks back, telling those who are in his government with the intention of contesting to quickly resign and pursue their political ambition. Let's look at other stories that we're following this time on this segment of the program Politics Today on Independent Television and Radio. Okay, from the Southeast, Governor Soludo has canvassed support for Tinubu's second term, saying he would emerge victorious in the next general elections ahead of the 2027 general elections, talking about the forthcoming election. Charles Soludo says his party, All Progressives Grand Alliance, APGA, will not field a presidential candidate. He stated this on Friday during a media chat in Awka, the state capital, 3 days after being sworn in for a second term in office. We're not going to field one candidate, the economist turned politician said in reaction to his party's plans for the 2027 polls. President Tinubu is just back from the UK, and Keir Starmer, the UK Prime Minister, said Tinubu's visit offered the opportunity for Nigeria and the UK to take their relationship to another level with the agreements that had been reached on exports. President Tinubu on Thursday, of course, met with the UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, and that engagement took place. Okay, that's the much we have for you on the show from the News Corner. Let's go into the conversation. A whole lot is going on in the country, and the question on the lips of some is, does President Bola Ahmed Tinubu deserve a second term? Is he worth rewarding with a second term? Against the promises made before he came on board, and to what extent have these promises been realized? Our panelists here in the studio, I'd like to thank very especially another statesman, Gentleman Amego Esquire, a lawyer, grassroots politician. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me, Duke. Thank you so much.
We also have with us in the studio Dr. Okhaifo Esegbe, a senior lecturer, Benedict University, Okada. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Son Duke. Good morning, Nigerians.
It's a global edition of the program Politics Today on Independent Television, and that's why we have panelists joining us from the global community. From Ontario, Canada, we've got Dr. Osaze Iyoha, a development economist. Dr. Osaze, thank you for joining us on the program.
Thank you for having me. Good morning.
Okay, we also have joining us from the UK, Chief Daniel Matthew Akwamoha. Thank you for joining us on the program.
Thank you very much for having me. Thank you.
And from Ireland, we have Imaswe Lucky also joining us. Thank you for joining us, Lucky.
Thank you so much for having me. It's my pleasure to be here.
Okay, that's why I told you it's a global edition of the program. But let's get this show started from home, because as they say, charity begins at home. President Tinubu is just back from the UK. Now, the momentum for the election is building. We're asking the question in terms of impact of governance. Does President Bola Tinubu deserve a second term? What is the perception of Nigerians towards his person, towards his governance, towards the impact that he's made these past few years?
Well, we welcome very well. Welcome Tinubu from the United Kingdom of America. But before he left, there was something very funny. There were about 60 people waving fervently to him as if he was going for a very long journey. The same people who waved to him at the airport, 6 hours later, were with him in the UK. Also, sometimes certain things they do is so funny why they behave like that. You are just waving fervently, but the second plane is for you to also join him over there to sign a memorandum of understanding. Well, we welcome him back to Nigeria. It was a very big trip. We thank we thank the King Charles of Great Britain, who treated our president, treated him very well, took his hand like a younger brother, climbed the staircase, did so many good things with our president. Thank you, the King of England. We thank you so much. So what follows is we want to be told what now came out of that trip. It's not sufficient to say state visit. Yes, state visit, but what will now come out that will be beneficial to Nigerians? That's what we are expecting now. But nobody has told us all the achievements he made in the United Kingdom. But definitely there must be some achievements that Nigerians will want to know about and be happy about. Then you're talking of election 2027. Well, I'm an APC man. I'm not here to campaign, and I'm here to say it as it is. In your opening remarks, you mentioned Soludo. What is Soludo talking? Soludo Abga. It was a gift to Ojukwu. He shouldn't even be talking of presidential. Apart from your own enclave, apart from your state there, Abga is not anywhere. So
yeah, that's why he's saying that they won't feed the presidential candidate.
He cannot even feed. That's a rhetorist. He doesn't even need to tell us that they will not feed. He cannot even feed. Okay. Because can he go to 36 states? Certainly he cannot. So forget about that. It's not news to us that he will not feed. We know he will not feed. Okay. Because he hasn't the wherewithal. Now, talking of whether he will win, yes, of course. A man that has 31 states or thereabout, how many states has 31 states of the 36. Even if we get 300 votes from each state, multiply that by 32 or 31. So we're already...
Does he deserve it?
Oh, well, he deserves it.
All right. All right, let me pause you there, Mr. Mbego. I mean, you established the fact that you are a chieftain of the APC.
Yes, no, yeah. but it's almost a convention here in this country that once a president comes in, he does 8 years. Okay. So
whether he did well or not is immaterial.
Well, Nigeria don't know how to take off.
Let me get.
Nigeria don't know how to take off responsibility to find out from a candidate. You said you will do X, Y, Z. Have you done it?
Okay.
If you did not do it, we will vote you out. Nigerians don't see that. They don't know how to do that.
Okay.
So once it's there, it's 8 years.
Most complete. Togba. Dr. Okaifo, let me get your take.
Well,
the indices on the ground.
Yeah, with the indices on the ground, I think it seems to be tilting towards Bola Ahmed Tinubu, because almost all opposition seem to be crumbling. So if the oppositions have crumbled or they are crumbling, then there's a problem. But if we actually want to judge it, I don't think President Tinubu deserves a second tenure. One basic factor is the issue of it is time for us to take people by their words. Well, we need to hold people responsible by their words. So Tinubu told us before he came into power that if he is unable to give power, electricity to Nigerians, Nigerians should not vote for him. So, and I think the electricity issue has become so epileptic. In some areas, none. As it were, electricity business in Nigeria is a fraud. I can prove that. I don't see the reason why BEDC, for example, they won't give you transformer, they won't give you anything. You provide those things for yourself, then you will be asked to donate it to them under duress. Then you will be put on the stimulated billing, and at the end of the day, you will not have light, and they will still bring a estimated bill for you, and nobody is talking. Who is supposed to talk? The president. So based on that, I don't think the president is at the second coming. Then number two, oppositions are crumbling. They are not crumbling because they want to crumble. They are crumbling because of the system on ground. You can see now anywhere the ADC want to hold a rally, something mysterious happens to them. They go there, beat them up, disorganize them. It happened in Edo State likewise. It happened in other states and what have you. So at the end of the day, you discover that it is going to, if the president is going to come back in 2027, it's going to be by hook and by crook. It's not actually by the people's request.
Okay.
It is that Amanya Bona, so it's not about the ballot.
Okay. It's not going to be through an authentic process.
I would say
yes,
it's should be credible,
yes,
free and fair.
Yes.
So that free and fair and credibility
will not be there for him to come on. All right, let's take the conversation to our global audience. Let's begin from Ireland, where Immanuel Lucky is joining this conversation. We're talking about 2027 and the odds against the incumbent president Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and then the perception of Nigerians in terms of promises made, promises not fulfilled, or promises fulfilled. What's your take, Lucky?
The way things have been going for the president, it's quite obvious that his route to the 2027 to provide that safe transport and return on back to Asura 2027 is very rocky. And I'll take you back to when the president was campaigning in 2023. And his campaign strategy was based on change. He promised of security in terms of the unemployment and a whole lot of factors, challenges that we faced during the Buhari administration. And one of the major things, if you look back in time, that of the current president, President Tinubu, you see, according to Amnesty International, over 10,000 people were killed within the first 2 years due to insecurity attacks during the first 2 years of his administration. In my own opinion, the president has been a total failure in terms of how well he has handled insecurity. Some might argue that the insecurity issues were issues that were inherited from the previous administration. But it's worth knowing that within the first year, over 4,500 people were killed under the same administration. That's over 33% of what we experienced in the previous administration of late President Muhammadu Buhari. I know, just like Dr. Pedro have said, because of the structure that we have in place back home, and he has been able to capture most of the state governors. So he might, definitely come back and definitely win, because the Nigeria system today is almost looking like a one-party state. If that's so sad to think of. But in terms of performance and delivering of the manifesto and the mandate that was given to him, the president has failed woefully. And don't forget, according to the World Bank, over 104 million people are living, below poverty level, and that's an average of $2.2 per day. That is insane. This current government came into power, and inflation in 2024 rose to 34%, the highest, one of the highest that we've ever witnessed, with food inflation rising up to about 40%. The previous government was bad, we know, but even in Buhari's government, I think with the highest recorded was about 25% in terms of inflation. Yeah, he definitely might come back in 2027 because the opposition seems so weak. And I will agree with the other speaker. They are not weak not because they don't have the intention to, but it seems like the
Okay,
current.
let me pause you there, Emmanuel. Let me pause you there. I'll come back to you in just a moment. We've got Chief Daniel Matthew Akwemoha is joining us from the UK. Chief, talk to us about the impact made by this government and the perception of Nigerians. Where you hear people say that these don't matter because Nigerian politics is very, very unique. It's on record that it was in Nigeria that a certain governor contested in a governorship election and came fourth, and eventually he became the governor of his state through the courts. Let me get your take along those lines.
It's the same Nigeria that the former state president, Senate president did not contest for an election and he returned. And the person who contested one was somehow rejected. I think this is going to shock everyone that I want to praise late President Buhari on one thing. And please, before everybody drop off the chair, just let me finish. There's one thing President Buhari refused to do that this president, lack of better, was criminally just did in their state visit to UK. Nigeria is part of the Commonwealth citizen, and UK is the head of the Commonwealth. One of the things that Buhari was pressured, the Oshibanjo openly refused that the unlawful deportation of Nigeria from UK. Basically randomly picked and put in the plane and then hijacked or sent home. During Buhari for 8 years, he rejected it on the grounds that, number one, we're a Commonwealth nation, and number two, the welfare state in Nigeria does not exist to support somebody that's lived at least over 6 months a year in UK to just be deported without due process. Nigerian government underneath Tinubu just signed an immigration bill that Britain can, either way you look at it, unjustly deport Nigerians that may have overstayed or have their application refused on any other fallacious grounds, violating our right as a Commonwealth citizen. Buhari, as terrible as Buhari was, he never did that. Before that, neither did Jonathan. When Britain was randomly hijacking people on the street and unforced deportation and saying Jonathan threatened they would deport their diplomat if they didn't stop. They stopped. Then Buhari came in and even went further. Not just anyone, you have to give them the Commonwealth citizen right. This terrible, I support Tinubu up until this point. I'm beginning to question my support for Tinubu. And I realize that it's due to the weakness of the opposition that made people like me even continue to support President Tinubu. Because there's no critical opposition that's actually addressing the concern and the failure of President Tinubu, this presidency. One of the egregious things done in their state visit to UK is that the Commonwealth law that protects every Commonwealth citizen was just overruled and violated. And nobody's talking about it. The media are not talking about it. Even the law in UK, when they tried to pass the same law to randomly pick people and send to a camp in, what's it called, in Rwanda, was rejected. Nigerian government just agreed to it. So really, any moment now, be expecting truckload of plane of Nigerians to be sent home for no reason. Because your government have allowed it. I don't know. I don't know if they consult with Nigerians, if they consult with lawyers, the implication. Buhari have the common sense to say, this is not right. This is a Commonwealth citizen. We signed it. I would say we, because Nigeria, the president represents us, but I don't think he represents my interest or the interest of so many Nigerians living in this United Kingdom. It's the most shameful and disgraceful thing, and none of the media are picking it up.
Okay, let me pause you there. Let me pause you there quickly, Chief Daniel Matthew. I'll come back to you in just a moment. Let's quickly link up with Dr. Iyoha joining us from Ontario, Canada. Doc, quickly talk to us about what your take is on the issue of governance impact and public perception against the background of the aspirations of Mr. President. Someone told me yesterday, the president is asking people who have intentions for political office to resign, but he too has intention for second term. What issue follows you as well? That's what they like. Let me get your take, Dr. Iyoha.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. You know, I'm an economist, so I'm going to focus on economic indicators. You know, I'll quickly just want to follow up on what, just before I go to the economic indicators, on what the last speaker, Chief, I think Matthew from UK stated. You know, when you have a government that's terribly in search of validity or validation, you know, there's tendency that they are going to be compromising on so many aspects. You know, we saw when Trump was harassing Nigeria, how we quickly took 7 million plus also to go and lobby. We saw how France has been interfering in our tax laws, the interference. We saw going to UK, you saw the bandwagons of governors that went along to UK. Governors that bid him farewell in Abuja, all of a sudden were in UK waiting. I counted 15 ministers that were there. The NSA, I don't know what the business of the NSA is. I don't know what the business of the defense minister in UK is. When people were just killed in Borno on the same day, when there was killings in Katsina, 15 ministers were there, 10 governors, at least close to 10. I saw Akwa Ibom governor, I saw Lagos governor, I saw Imo governor. At least I counted up to 5 or 6 senators. The Senate president was there. This is a meeting between two men, and that entered. Then we even saw people that want to call, I would not want to use the word touts. We saw people like Chief Priest Kubana, people that are not state actors. They are not government officials. They are not. Where do you put Kubana Chief Priest? I saw Kubana Chief Priest right in front of the president's door. I saw the video. And sometimes you wonder, is this the level that Nigeria has really dropped to? You know, so going back to the economy, so it's just a government seeking validation. So whatever they give you to sign, just because you want validation, because of probably the insinuations that followed the last election. So everything you would naturally sign. But economic indicators from 2025, where is our inflation? Did it improve? Our GDP, did it improve? Before, in a couple of years, we were the largest economy in Africa. Today, we are the fifth in terms of placement. Inflation rate, the government prides itself. And that's another thing. The government is a government of propaganda. So the effort that should be put into development is put into propaganda. We say inflation rates, the government is priding itself that inflation rate has dropped to 15%. But that's because of the rebasing. I call it, the inflation rate was rigged. Until April last year, inflation rate was 34%. When it was rebased, for no reason, which they gave, it fell by 10% from 34 to 15%. And you know, the government's targeted inflation in 2025 was 15%. So it just fell towards that. So why did inflation fall? The rebase year was 2009 before. So now we're now rebasing 2005 against 2004. And you know, 2004 witnessed the highest increase in price. That was the height of inflation when it went to 34. So it's like comparing. So 2009 prices were low. So it's just like saying price of yam is 1,000. 2005, 2009 price of yam is 10 naira. Okay. So 1,000, 10 naira, you see the big difference. But when we're now rebasing it against 2024, because 2024 prices were already high, price of yam was probably 900. So 2025 price of yam is 1,000. So you see this small difference. So that's why you saw inflation fell. So there was no magic. Then we rearranged the food basket. We removed things like buka. You know, those of us that go to eat in restaurants in buka, it was removed from the food basket. So we're not calculating those in computer. So inflation dropped, the figures were weak. It came to so economic growth generally, GDP grew by 3.9%. Yet that is also politically driven. Manufacturing grew by just 1%, 1.3%. IMF and every international organization have said that our manufacturing has to grow by at least 30% for the next 30 years for us.
Okay.
This election year, 2026, the 2026 budget, we've also seen it. It has been targeted at inflation, GDP growth to grow by 4.09.
Okay, let me just pause you there, Dr. Iyoha. We'll come back to you in just a moment. These are figures and analytics that define governance, particularly at the international level. Barrister Mego, we have this conversation which borders on 2027 is between the APC on the one hand and the Nigerian people on the other hand. Let's take it off from there.
Again, we're back to square one. You see, Nigerians are very fond of lamentations. They don't know how to take anybody by his or her word. In 1999, Obasanjo told us that if he was unable to fix the lights problem in Nigeria, that his job was on the line. Do you know the meaning of one's job to be on the line? We should not vote him. But Nigeria didn't listen to that side of it. They voted him. So look at the 8 spent years of Buhari. He made a lot of promises. Nigerians do not know how to take anybody by his word. If you told me, for example, I will give you breakfast when you come to the studio. If you don't give me today, tomorrow I will not come because I was expecting that breakfast. So that is, you will just rabble-razzle. Take my sister, take my son, take my beloved one for a position. Nobody cares again. The situation we are in this country now is so terrible. Do you have light in your own? They are now giving market to solar people. Everybody is rushing for solar. Even Aso Rock is 20-something billion or 2 billion for solar.
To cut off from the national grid.
How many people will cut off from the national grid? Is that how to govern the country? Look, sometimes when you want to discuss the problem of Nigeria, you get into certain clouds that you cannot get out of.
Certain realms.
Yes, it's so much to discuss about. What are these people doing? Everyday appointment, everyday suspension, everyday killing. What is it that is now benefiting Nigerians that we must rest on? Look at our children. Millions are in UK, all over the world. Now somebody was saying, oh, there's no country in the world where you don't have a Nigeria in the prison. It is hunger, because Nigeria is not. Yeah, I just told them now that, in 2034, all Nigerians who travel will now come back, because Nigeria will become so beautiful. But what are the indexes to that, to achieving that now? Where are they? So, but we wish them well.
Okay.
People like you,
okay.
Sympathy with.
All right, Dr. Haifo.
Yes, sir.
Every time we say that Nigerians don't know how to treat their leaders who are irresponsible well,
exactly.
Particularly through the ballot. But is it really the fault of Nigerians? We have seen how elections have gone over the years. When you have institutions that cannot, we can't really say they are truly independent to be able to hold leaders accountable. Isn't that where the problem really is?
Actually, that is where the problem really is. A certain philosopher said that the success of the election is not basically in the hands of the voters, but in the hands of those who count the vote. Okay? So the reason why our politicians are less perturbed is because they are the one that counts the vote. They are the one running for election. They will still be the one that will turn around to go and count the vote, because they are cronies, they are agents, those who they have helped before, those who they have put in position before are now made to hold such offices. I put it to you that when President Tinubu was in court battling the last election, the President INEC chairman was one of his legal team. You can go and find out. So what we are saying is that the people has been so impoverished. So, and the first instinct of man is how to survive. So, whether our election is more or less a festival, a figurative expression. It's not election per se. An election, when on election day there is restriction of movement, but government officials will have lead squad from one polling booth to the other and begin to beat up people where elections are not going their way, they disorganize everywhere there. What do we expect from there? So, and at the end of the day, people have already come to the knowledge that whether you collect money from politicians on election day or you do not collect, they will deliver their vote.
Okay, let's proceed there, Dr. Haifo. We'll take a break for the news headlines. We'll be back with you with more, and then we'll be bringing on board our global panelists to deepen this conversation before we cap it up with our panelists in the studio. Please stay on Politics Today on ITV. Much obliged to have you join us again on the program Politics Today on independent television and radio. Let's go to our global panelists for our conversation today. We've got Emmanuel Lucky joining us from Ireland, and of course we've got Chief Daniel Matthew Akwamokan from the UK and Dr. Osaze Iyoha from Ontario, Canada. Gentlemen, once again, thank you for creating the time to be with us on the program Politics Today. Let's take you straight to Chief Matthew. Chief, what is your expectation in terms of the disposition of Nigerians towards 2027 as it relates to the aspirations of the incumbent for a second term?
I think it's more or less clear that the incumbent is going to win not on the basis of what they've delivered, but rather on the weakness and failure of opposition, and also the failure of Nigerians who are not very critical, or rather being beaten to a position of negligence of their due process and rights and power, that their vote worth more than 1,000 naira or 2,000 naira or 10,000 naira in every 4 years. And for that reason, the opposition also are so much focused on trying to get power rather than why they should be given the opportunity to run or the opportunity to get the power back. And for that reason, I'm very perplexed. And I'm very perplexed because one with any critical mind can tell that, hold on a minute, I'm one of those, and I've been on this show singing the praise of President Tinubu, and I realize my praise of President Tinubu is because there's no any opposition voice. At this point, I would support Atiku, even though it's a southern person tone, if he can articulate something important, different from this voice that this present president is given. Neither would I support anyone that can articulate something different on the economy, on policy, on this immigration law that was just signed that says British government can just send a letter to take any Nigerian back home without any due process. I would support any candidate that will reverse that.
Let me just interject there, Chief. I mean, this document that you're talking about didn't say any Nigerian. It talked about Nigerians who are in the UK illegally. Isn't that what it says?
No, my dear brother. Let me be very clear. I live in UK and I know how this works. One of the key things is how they circumvent the law in order to restrict your due process, and also using different excuses of, oh, you didn't apply on time or delay, and any denier allows them to deport you. Now, underneath Buhari, they need to prove that, one, you're Nigerian, and two, that your right has not been violated, that you've been given accorded due process. Under this new immigration law, all what British government needs to do is a letter. They give this letter to the Nigerian authority and the person, like this person needs to leave, and they bundle that person, put in the plane and back to Nigeria. This is what it violates. You understand? Not only did it take away the due process, it also violates your right as a Commonwealth citizen. And now, what do we get in return? Because I studied it, I can read it to you. We have nothing in return. What the government is claiming, oh, it's going to ease trade. It didn't reform the immigration laws in Nigeria for you to apply for visa in Nigeria. It didn't speed up the process. It didn't take away the cost of traveling to UK. It didn't even reduce anything. It's just one-sided. It didn't give any benefit back that, okay, being a Commonwealth citizen, you have the right to this. It did nothing. It's basically take. And what is the business of the immigration officer in Nigeria signing an immigration law that is one-sided and claiming it gives us financial benefit? What financial benefit? I can read it to you. During the visit, Nigerian president had a talk with UK. No, let me read the part to you. For you to know how abysmal, our lack of critical thinking, or even the consideration of Nigeria. Somebody said this government seems to be going around signing bad deals in order for its legitimacy to be accepted, to the detriment of the rest of Nigerians, to the poor judgment of us who cares about this country. I've defended this presidency, and I've thought it was the best of them all. But right now, my eyes is open, the veil is broken. And I'm telling you, for somebody who stood on the grass on this station saying President Tinubu is the best in sliced bread, it is obvious to me that everybody is saying I've been tone deaf. This is the worst he could do. Even Buhari had the common sense not to accept this. As terrible as people might think Buhari was.
All right,
Buhari is greater than this.
Chief Daniel Matthew, you're very passionate about this development with the visit of Mr. President. So let's just pause it there for a moment. Let me quickly get Emmanuel Lucky from Ireland, a political analyst. Emmanuel, quickly talk to us about what you expect from the Nigerian people against the background of some of the indicators. I mean, you give some very, very interesting analytics about the Nigerian economy in terms of the inflation rate, in terms of the GDP and all of that. These are interesting figures, but the average Nigerian is just concerned about how to eat eba, beans, rice, and gari on a daily basis. If that is achieved, it's good to go. So let me get your take on this, Emmanuel.
Thank you so much, Sonny. So the average Nigerian, like you said, is interested about what to take them by the day. But ask yourself this question: how many Nigerians can really afford to eat on a daily basis? Last year, one of the highest revenue that Nigeria generated was from foreign, transactions that were done back home. Where is this money coming from? People like us that lives in diaspora spending hard to pay what we call black tax back home just to sustain people that are living in Nigeria. I think the average Nigerian for sure know what to do. Just like the speaker from the UK said, it's just so sad that the political structure that we have currently in Nigeria, all indicators kind of favor the current administration that they will win because, of course, the way they have been able to gather up all the governors from all across the country. But if there was to be a free and fair election, if the electoral process was to be seemingly very pure and clean, we definitely know that the current administration have no chances of coming back to power. The average Nigerian is hungry. If you speak to any average Nigerian and you ask them, how are you doing? You better not be ready for their response, because their response is going to initiate, a transaction from you or for you to support them one way or the other financially. So I think so far so good. The president, he has not done well. He has not fulfilled his promise. And I think it was Dr. Amengo that said that we should all, if a politician makes a promise during their campaign period and they have their manifesto and say they are going to do X, Y, Z, we should hold them accountable. But I think it should also get to a point where the politicians also have some level of shame. If I say I'm going to provide electricity within the first 4 years of my stay in office and I'm unable to do it, I should have some level of consciousness and not even want to run again. But I guess our politicians don't have no shame. They don't care about the ordinary man on the street. They don't care who are hungry. You're telling people to manage. The average, Nigerians is hungry. They are hungry. But then we'll see politicians moving in convoys, and you have a governor who comes from a certain state that was alleged, of some certain level of fraud, and a couple of months after, EFCC can't even say anything about it. So we know what's going on. We know what what the current indicators move towards. Again, it's also sad that things are the way they are. But if we were to have a simply political system that allows the common man to have a say in the electoral process, for sure, the presidency, if he's going to sit back and tell himself the truth, he knows it's not coming back.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Maswell. Let me pause you there. Dr. Iyoha, we've seen strong mobilization from the coalition platform, the ADC, as it were. But we just saw a latest development with some intra-party issues. We heard a faction is writing to the U.S. not to grant visas to some members, and I mean this is something that is symptomatic of our politics every now and then. Is this a dead end for the political mobilization against the incumbent for 2027?
Yes, I think. Yes, I think they are trying to play the playbook, follow the playbook of APC. You know, APC did that during Jonathan's administration. The APC party then were going to US trying to demarket the Jonathan administration, and it worked for them. They were successful. But the point is, Tinubu and his government seem to be better at propaganda than the ADC. So it's almost like Tinubu government is able to match them propaganda to propaganda. I think this government is the highest propagandist that we have ever had in history. So I don't know how that will work. The point is the incumbent has fortified himself. I'm not even looking at the governors. I know the governors have a role in that probably there can be crisis and there will be a way to shield it. But I know the governors will not have so much to do. But beyond the governors even, the point is the Electoral Act. I'm sure you saw what happened in the Electoral Act. You know, the fact that the proviso was brought in to say that when the electronic transmission, when the network is not good, use the manual form. And you know, when you've put that proviso, I can bet you there will be no network in any unit. So let's just set that one aside. So it means, so with that alone, victory is almost sure. Then you know there were other introductions, like it has to be just primary and consensus mode of carrying primaries by parties. They removed indirect for a reason, just because we don't have time. I can't go into those details. Then the Electoral Act also, I'm sure we're also aware that the fact that if you forge certificates, forgery of certificate was removed among the reasons why you should take a candidate to court, or why a candidate should be removed from office by a judge. So it means that anybody, first of all, our basic requirement to even be president or governor was even the lowest in the entire world. It just said that you should just sit for WAEC, just sit for secondary school. You don't need to pay, even if you get FFF, you don't even, it's not the result, just sit. Then added to that terrible kind of qualification, they've now removed forgery. It's in the Electoral Act. Forgery has been removed as one of the reasons for a candidate to lose an election. So it just gives a direction. I mean, this is 2026. This is the kind of law that a nation in 2026 is passing. So with those kind of introductions in the electoral, you can know where the victory, everything has been, the ground has been watered. So we know where the victory is going to go. But
all right, thank you. Let's keep our fingers crossed, as we say. It's still politics today on independent television and radio this beautiful Saturday morning, global edition, because we have quite a number of global panelists joining this conversation. We'll take a minute break. When we return, we'll open our studio line so you can call and be part of the conversation. Please be brief because others are waiting. And always remember to turn down the audio level on your television or radio set to remove the echo so we can hear you better. Stay with us. Yes, go ahead.
I just want to comment on what Mr. Amico was saying, that the citizens are supposed to be blamed for the kind of leader we are having. No, the citizens are not supposed to be blamed. The leaders are supposed to be blamed. The reason is that we don't have free and fair election. That is why they are behaving like this. Even though all the governors become to APC, even though the governors become, how many are the governors? Are they up to 200? the people that are voting, the masses, we are more than 200 million. So, if the election is free and fair, there is no way these people will come back. They know. And that is why the electoral act that was passed, they manipulate it to see that they allow manual, so that they can be able to change figures. Because through the electronic transfer, they cannot.
Okay.
There's no way they cannot. At that time, they would have been accountable to the people. So because of all this, now that's why they are doing anything they like. How can a president just pack for more than how many people to travel? Do you know how much it costs to do that? So they're not us. So that's just the problem we are going.
All right, thank you, voice of the ordinary people. Let's have more people join the conversation. Thank you. Okay, our studio number is there, 08077770300. That's the studio number. Hello, caller. Good morning. Welcome on board Politics Today. Tell us your name and where you're calling from.
Good morning, Sorry Duke.
Good morning.
My name is Mr. Jala, calling from St. Xavier.
Go ahead, please.
First, I want to very correct one wrong information from in your studio there. That the current Anachema is the former legal team of Mr. Tinubu. Mr. Sorry Duke, the minute you end this program, and if I think it's my brother Joe apologize to Nigerians for misleading Nigerians, and I said we should go to his office and submit a legal document for him. And that's all misinforming the whole Nigeria on the national television that the current Anachema was a member of the legal team of Professor Bola Tinubu and on the national television.
Okay, now that's, you have a grasp with that, but contribute to the conversation. You've established that point. We will do a fact check on that before we conclude it. But what's your take on the conversation so far?
The one I want to say again, before Tinubu came to power, our GDP and our foreign reserve, most of our foreign reserve was less than $4 billion. As of today, in less than 3 years, we have over 40 billion naira as our foreign reserve. Nigeria cannot do business. Nigeria cannot transfer the foreigners in Nigeria cannot transfer money. They earn in Nigeria. Take for example, an airline in Nigeria, a foreign airlines were over $7 billion. In less than 1 year, President Tinubu cleared $7 billion. We were owning our foreign airlines. There are a lot of things this man has done. Nigeria, because we cannot eat that and the way you said it, does not mean the government is not doing enough to elevate the poverty from Nigeria. Good morning, Independent Radio and Television.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your contribution.
Very angry.
We have a studio number 08077770300. Hello, caller. Good morning. What's your name? Hello, good morning, caller. You're live on Politics Today. Go ahead with your contribution.
My name is Solomon Ataga.
Solomon, please go ahead.
The fact is very simple. Somebody make a promise. Because since the president came on board, he didn't reduce the convoy. As far as people concerned, he's using one of the most powerful car in the world called Beast. This is a country that cannot have life. So since the promise he cannot make, if we are to be, they will give us chance to do free and fair. I don't believe we will give chance because before he made this promise, he was aware part of the council of the Buhari government. Fashola was Minister of Work and Housing, Power. The money allocated during Buhari regime, till today, Fashola has not been called to explain to Nigeria that upon the trillions we invested on the electricity and the power was being collapsed because it's my party. So I don't believe the president is doing the best for the country. He just to Zagaban and lavish our money as far as concerned. Look at the issue of the security. There is nothing to write home about. So those who say the foreign reserve, they call ourselves the foreign reserve. Is the foreign reserve now earning good food to good Nigeria? Is it ending our fuel or ending the common citizen to be smiling? Better for them. So we cannot take that. We cannot be deceived again.
All right.
We only be unfair. That is just our problem.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, caller. 08077770300 is our studio number. Hello, caller. Good morning. Tell us your name and where you're calling from.
Good morning.
Yeah. Good morning.
Good morning to you all in the studio.
Good morning.
My name is Fred.
Okay. Where's Fred calling us from?
Yes, I'm calling from Benin.
Go ahead.
Yes, in the essence, when you make a promise, you do not fulfill that promise, you have to be ashamed of yourself.
Okay.
Because he told us that if you do not give us light,
we should not vote for him. Now, the ball is in our court. But what I'm afraid of, it has happened before. People are saying they will give money. Now it's more than that. They will say, if we know we are not going to take money, we are not going to vote for this party, don't bother to come. You will see that there's nobody will ask them, why are you people saying this to the people that want to come and vote, to scare them away.
Yeah.
Look at what is happening at ADC. How many of them have they held accountable? That why are you doing this to this opposition? People are saying there's no opposition. People in opposition now, they are beating them around the country. Nobody is holding people accountable.
Okay.
You understand? That is what people will be afraid of this.
Okay.
If they told me that if you know you cannot take money, you cannot vote for this party, don't come. I know there's nobody that will care for my safety. I will stay in my home.
Okay. All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's take our last call. We'll be back to our panelists as we call it a wrap now on the program Politics Today on Independent Television and Radio. Hello, caller. Good morning. What's your name and where are you calling from? You're our last caller for today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sonny Duke Okoso.
Thank you for joining us.
And the sincere Nigerian citizens in the studio and those calling in from far and near.
All right.
I am Reverend Sebastian Okenwa, Great Wealth. First, I want to say that, like the last caller said, the man in power today promised and told Nigerians that if he cannot, I still have the video clip in my phone, that if he fails to provide security, if he fails to provide power, if he fails to make energy by the way of petroleum available and affordable to Nigerians, that Nigerians should not vote for him if he is coming for second term. That is a statement that is everywhere in the public domain. That is a statement to hold a man who want to say that he is a man with integrity, to hold him accountable, and to hold him accountable for. So, that is on that aspect. Now, let's judge his antecedents. Let's judge his achievements for this 3 years plus going to 4 years. Has he succeeded in any area? Has he succeeded? Has he made success? Has he made improvement? Okay, somebody was talking about foreign reserve being inflicted. Is it genuinely increasing or the height by the way of their cock and bull, in fact, their makeup, their cosmetic statistics upgrade? Okay, something for example, you claim to have $40-something billion in your account, for example, and you are owing another $6 trillion by borrowing within 6 months. By borrowing, do you have money?
Okay.
For example, somebody says I have 10,000 naira in my account. I have 1 billion naira in my bank account.
Yes.
Then the person now go and take loan of 100 million naira. Does that person have anything?
Okay. All right, Reverend, we'll pause you there because we are pressed for time as we call it a wrap. Let's quickly go back to our panelists. Final take, 1 minute, Dr. Haifo.
Yes, quickly, my final minute was, we'll be on Njala. We know them. They have constituted themselves into attack dogs for the APC. They call out the radio station to attack people who is not speaking for them. That's like somebody like Njala. I'm radio professor. I listen to all the radio stations. So, but the issue is that at my level as a researcher, I won't come and say something. I don't come talk in the radio or television because I need an appointment. God has given me an appointment that is giving my bread.
All right. Thank you.
So let him go on fast track.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Barrister Mego. Final word. Now you heard Nigeria speaking. Yeah.
Yes, I've heard them. Yes, they are right. Almost all of them are right. But this is a country where some people think that they are invulnerable. How can a governor say, for example, we are Buharist? One of the governors are let to have said so. We are the Buharist. That's treasonable felony. I said, those who come out to vote, if you don't vote our way, you will go back in bags.
Yeah.
That's treason.
Okay.
And if people talk like that and they are not dealt with, they are not censored, then of course anybody can.
That's the culture of impunity we'll talk about. Let's quickly meet our global panelists for their final takes. Let me begin with Emmanuel Lucky from Ireland. In 30 seconds, what's your final take on our conversation today?
Yeah, I just want to comment on one of those callers there that talked about foreign reserve going up.
Yeah.
I just think the current administration is just looking for international recognition and legitimacy. One thing I would say, no matter what foreign policies you have or achievements you must have recorded within your tenure, but then it's not reflecting on the life of the ordinary man on the streets, then it's your reforms are definitely not working. And just something for people to know there, that hunger is temporary for those that experience it. Right. So no matter what your achievement might be, foreign reserve, of course, we know what was done with that to reflect those figures with foreign reserve, the devaluation and all of that. But we're not going to go into that.
Thank you, Emerson. Thank you. We're pressed for time. Let's quickly meet Chief Daniel Matthew. Final take, Chief. Mute. We can't hear you. Can you mute? Okay.
I want to say about 2027. Fear is false evidence appearing to be real. And without change, we cannot evolve or grow. So changes is a must. Come 2027, we cannot be afraid of our shadow. Because if not, death is certain. And if death is certain, then we also must change. We, 2027, must vote right. And without fear, without favor. Because change is necessary. Because somebody is there does not mean they deserve the second term in office. It does not mean.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Dr. Sase, final word in 30 seconds.
Yes, it's just unfortunate that we didn't have time to bring out.
Yes, so the time is never enough. Yeah.
Foreign exchange, the foreign reserves that the last speaker talked about. The fact is that Dangote started producing, so the Nigerian government was not now spending money on importing. The Japa syndrome reduced in 2024, 2025 because UK, Canada, US, they locked their borders. Okay. So the pressure on dollars reduced. So it was just accidental. Foreign exchange increased, but our debt has increased from 80-something trillion. It's currently 158 trillion.
Okay.
Debt servicing is 15.25 trillion.
All right, gentlemen, thank you. My time is up. I sure would have loved to continue with this conversation, but as always, on a day like this, I mean, time is of essence. I want to say big thanks to everyone, to our global panelists. Thank you for your time. And to our panelists on the home side, Barrister Mego and Dr. Haivo, thank you. And to all our listeners and viewers who took time to call into the show, we thank you so much. Have a great weekend from all of us here. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is Anegbete community, situated in Isako Central Local Government Area of Edo State. It is an agrarian community with united people that promotes unity and oneness for peaceful coexistence. The inhabitants of the community migrated from Benin, the cradle of black civilization, a kingdom where king is truly king. The ancestors of Anegbete saw that age was the main determinant of leadership in the rural setting, and the eldest man in the settlement was regarded as the leader who presided over meetings, and his authority is held in high esteem. To further strengthen this unique system of leadership, age group evolved in Anegbete. Anegbete, age group is categorized into two, that is, the common and the noble. Anegbete is rich in cultural heritage, as the community at noon saw the commitment of the festival with the first set rolled out in beauty colors to showcase their might and strength, indicating their feet and ready for the responsibilities behold on them. The streets in the community with a feed up of young men and women adorned with the festival. Later, the royal family takes the stage as their children fight out royally and work in the community to showcase their might and fitness.
My leader. ITV, certainly the best.
These are people in masquerade dance known as Ogbangbada Masquerade, also referred to as Ike Masquerade, located in Akokwa, a town in the Idiato North local government area of Imo State, Nigeria. The Ogbangbada masquerade originated from the Igbo people of southeastern Nigeria, specially recognized as a traditional dance and cultural fixture in Ideato North local government area of Imo State. It is often referred to as Ebwebe by the local people. The dance is considered a deeply rooted ancient cultural dance in the old region of Imo State. The dance is energetic, fast and powerful, as the drums are vibrant and the people add color to the display of the masquerade. The masquerade dance is accompanied with a large crowd of dancers and by specialized drums. The dance is handed down through lineage rather than formal training, as the dance is believed to be ingrained in the blood of the people. The masquerade dance is interesting and accepted by all as it creates fanfare in the community. It brings people from far and near to come witness the display of the Obangbada masquerade dance.
ITV, certainly the best.
It's another Friday afternoon on Independent Television and Radio in the city of Benin. The program is Hitches and Voices. If you've been following this program, this is a program where we bring disability into the forefront as part of our national conversation. This program, Hitches and Voices, comes to you courtesy Network for the Advancement of People with Visible Disability, NAPVID. NAPVID is a non-governmental organization that is based here in Benin City that is advocating for the rights of persons with disability. Our sign language interpreter for today is Constance Olayinka Davis. And today on the program, I have a very interesting guest. But before I introduce my guest, my name is Kingsley Okoje, your anchor as usual. Like I said, my guest for today is a very interesting guest, one who has risen against all odds, one who described himself as a warrior. He has fought many battles, won the battles, and has won the war. He is a man who has a lot to say as far as the disability community is concerned when we talk about disability advocacy. So I don't waste your time. My guest is Uyi Efionayi. He is the Public Relations Officer, Nigeria Association of the Blind. Uyi is a tech enthusiast, and he's a man of many parts, like I said. Uyi, welcome to Hitches and Voices.
Thank you for having me on this program.
All right, welcome. I was delighted when I was told that you'll be a guest on our program today. Delighted for so many reasons. One, knowing that you are a man of many parts. First, you are a tech enthusiast. That's one area many people think, what is a blind guy doing in tech? What does he know about tech? How does he interact with technology? You also delved into the world of theater as you took theater as a course of study in the University of Benin. That's one course many visually impaired persons run away from. And you also describe yourself as a sickle cell warrior. Tell us more about yourself.
My name is Uyo Saifiona, as you rightly said. To summarize me, I'm that person that just keeps pushing. No matter what happens, I just keep pushing until my screen reader will tell me, this place we are going to, we can't get there. That's when I stop. So you understand? So the goal is just to keep pushing, do not stop until you get what you want.
All right, like I said, you're a man of many parts. Yes. A man who has seen it from both worlds. You are visually impaired. Yes. And at the same time, you are, I don't know if using the word sickle cell survivor is accurate, but you have conquered both worlds. Tell us about this journey.
We don't say survivors because it's an ongoing journey as a sickle cell. So it's a warrior, it's a battle you keep fighting. Sickle cell dealt me a blow, and we are still wrestling. In 2007, that was when I had the crisis that I lost my sight. So it was like, what next? What's going to happen next? Because I remember when we went to the doctor was like, there's nothing we can do. My mom was crying. So what are we now going to do? What's the next step? The doctor was like, you go and teach him craft now. You go and be learning craft. My mom was like, my son, no, not craft.
That was the doctor making
just making a recommendation. So
the best you can do is to learn craft.
Craft, yes. So when we go home, my granddad, that's what's his name again? Frank Ogbomo. He was a principal at Iviore before he retired. So he told me that my journey is not going to end here. That I should not worry. That there's a school he knows for visually impaired persons. I said, so there's a school? He said, yes, I should not worry, that he will take me there. So in December 2007, that was when we went to school for the visually impaired at Iviore. Then they were at Iviore. Now they are now at Uwa. At Upper Uwa. Is it Upper Uwa?
Yeah, Upper Uwa.
Yeah, Upper Uwa. So we got there. I saw blind people and I was like, what's happening here? How is that? Because all I thought was, there's nothing more for me to achieve. My life is just over. But to God be the glory, it's been 19 years now, and I'm happy of where I am now. But if you told me as at 2007 that Uyosa, see the level you will go to, I would say it's a lie.
I mean, listening to you and see how confident you are and how relaxed you are, you know, it's something to be excited about. But was there a point where you felt like, you know what, this is too much? I can't be battling sickle cell and at the same time confront the challenges that has to do with my visual impairment.
Yeah, that's life. There are good times and there are bad times. But what I use in fighting the bad times are the good times. When my success, I remember when I went for theater art, got admission. Just went to I was doing departmental clearance and I was in the theater department. My HOD looked at me and said, go back to auditorium, tell them to take you to mass communication. Tell them to take, you can't do theater. And I was like, that is what I want to study. But my main reason for studying theater art was because of music, actually. But I didn't really get what I wanted. But the experience was very good, very good.
All right, let's go to that conversation now. You studying theater art. You know, a lot of people would think that theater is all about visuals. I mean, when you talk about theater art, you're talking about stage, you're talking about lighting, you're talking about all of those technicalities involved. But you've been through that. You've made us to realize that theater is much more than what we can visualize.
Yes.
Tell us about that.
First thing I will say is theater art is a stage where everybody comes to act. The stage has dimensions, definitely. So it's for you to know, okay, I'm going to take 4 steps to the left. So definitely your stage manager is going to block you, going to tell you you're going to move left 4 steps, right 4 steps. That's just blocking in the sense of acting. Do you understand?
Yeah.
It doesn't need visual you must see for you to move that first step, or you must see for you to sit down. You understand?
So in other words, you can act in the stage play.
Yes. Now, as far as I can memorize my lines,
yes.
I meet my director. He blocks me, tells me, okay, this is what I want you to do. I want you to move to first step to the left, deliver this part of the line, move this way, deliver this part of the line, and I'm good to go.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
I saw you made a post about people who wonder why visually impaired people go to the cinema. You know, you were trying to make a point that, you know, going to watch movies is much more than...
Yeah, it's much more. It's what the truth is. When you are watching a movie, most times you are not focusing on what the actor is doing, except the action scenes. You understand, when the car explodes and all those big aesthetic things on the screen. But most time you are listening to the conversation. What is happening? What is this person saying? Do you understand? That is actually the movie. But if you just go to a movie, everybody is just walking around. It's no longer a movie. Do you understand?
Yeah, I get the point.
So for me, as a visually impaired person, if I have, because there's this new tech, should I call it? Yeah, it's tech. It's called audio description. What it does is, I'm sitting. The app will tell me Uyosa is sitting in the middle, Auntie Constance is on his left, and Mr. Kingsley is on his right. Do you understand? It has given me a visual of what is happening on the screen. Well, I'm still listening to the conversation, but I already know that, okay, Uyosa is in the middle of Constance and Kingsley.
But we're talking about a cinema experience.
Yeah, except you know, we are still in third world. I don't usually go to cinemas. Why? Because there's no option for audio description.
You mean in advanced client technologies are available?
To your seats, there's a should I say a plug. You can plug your earpiece to it and it will be giving you audio description.
Fantastic. That's what we talk about, inclusion.
Yeah, inclusion. So when there are just chairs arranged for people with visual impairment. So if they come to the cinema, they just take them to that seat. Then you plug your earpiece, the movie is going on. You are following the movie at the same time. Your audio description is telling you what is happening on the screen. You understand?
If I go to a cinema in Benin here, now people will wonder what I'm coming to.
So I don't usually go because the experience is not like I'm having half experience. I can go and still have a full experience because I just want to be in the presence of plenty people. You understand?
Yeah.
But if I want to get the full experience, there's a website I get audio described movies from. So I just go there. The new movie I want to see, if it's there, if it's not there, I wait.
Okay, so from what you're saying, as a visually impaired person, we can have a movie experience with audio description.
Yes, we can have a full movie experience with audio description. If I just finished seeing what's the title of this movie? Predator, Badlands. It was a movie that made a lot of buzz online. So I just finished seeing it and I enjoyed every bit of it because when they are fighting, it tells me, oh, they are kicking, they are punching, you understand? So I'm not left behind of, okay, I'm just watching, hearing the normal sounds the movies make, back, 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 back. I don't know what's happening. But the other description tries to tell me, okay, this person punched this person kicked this person. Do you understand? So I'm not left behind in the experience. I'm carried along.
All right, so what's the fascinating thing about technology for you? I mean, what's that technology experience you've encountered that made you feel like, wow, technology has not made me, you know, feel like I'm outside the world. I'm part of what's happening.
I think the first experience I got when I had that experience is when I got my laptop.
A regular laptop?
A regular laptop. And I installed my screen reader and I started using it. And I'm like, I'm now in the 21st century. You understand?
Yes.
Because everything I want to do, I can do. If I want to tell my system to recognize a picture online, it will help me recognize it. It will just tell me, okay, this is a group photo with 4 persons. This person is wearing blue. This person is wearing yellow. This person is wearing red. You understand? So that was when I had my first experience of like, wow, what is happening? What is going on?
Yeah.
Then to move it further is when I used AI.
AI just made AI took it to another level.
When I
like you can see.
It was just like, what is happening? Like, I was working one day, so there was one app. I've forgotten the name of the app now. Because I had to uninstall it. I didn't have space for the app. So I just activated it and I pointed my camera around me. And it gave me a dimension of where I was. You understand?
Yeah.
As in, okay, like I was working at Wasota, for example. Told me, okay, I have a shop on the left. There's a gutter beside me. You understand? The main road is on my right. So I was just like, wow, what is happening? You understand?
You know, and that's why if you go to the West, for instance, you see that the dependent level is very
low.
Because they can actually do a lot on their own.
Yeah.
So depending on sighted people is very limited over there.
And there are actually policies that guide what they do. Do you understand? So for example now, if they are creating tech, for example, they have to check the accessibility. It's a must. Your site has to be accessible to everybody. As far as everybody
we'll go into tech design.
You understand?
And why tech design should be very inclusive.
Yes.
Because over there, while they are design technology, they're also thinking inclusion.
Inclusion. And other companies, third-party companies are also thinking, okay, what can I do to make this accessible? You understand?
Right, all right. We'll go on a quick break now. It's been an interesting combination with Uye Fionaye, just sharing his world, his experience with us. Well, we are not done. We will come back. The conversation continues. Don't forget, it's Hitches and Voices coming to you live on independent television and radio. We're broadcasting simultaneously. We'll go on this quick break now, and when we'll come back, we'll continue the conversation with Uye. All right, welcome back. The program is Hitches and Voices on independent television and radio, brought to you by NABVID. Uye, we've been in your world, and it's been a fascinating world. You know, just discussing technology with you. I want to stay on that subject. How has technology impacted your life? I mean, you know, what difference has it made?
It has made a lot of difference because I'm not employable. Do you understand? So now that the system has gone digital and everybody now works on their laptop, I can catch up. I can meet up. Do you understand? I don't know. Yes, there are some drawbacks, but at a certain point, everything a sighted person can do on their laptop, I can do. Do you understand?
Yeah.
So now I'm employable. Unlike before, when a visually impaired person will be asking for a job, they will not ask him, what can you do? Do you understand? What can you do? But now, when you ask me what I can do, and I start listing them, you are the one that is not going to beg me that I should don't worry.
Okay, don't do.
You understand? Because now I'm now on a level with my counterparts. You understand? So everybody works on Microsoft Word. We can use Microsoft Word.
So technology is like a bridge. It's like a leveler.
Yes, it's a leveler. It's a leveler, especially when we have our screen readers. Let me talk on screen readers for a little bit, please. Just permit me. Screen readers are text to speech. What they do is everything that is text on the system, they turn it to speech for us to hear. Do you understand?
Yeah, but still, let me stay on that subject. I would like to hear from you. What's the fascinating thing you've heard from people when you interact with your system, either with your laptop or with your phone?
Mostly surprise.
Tell me some of the ridiculous things you've heard.
It's mostly surprise. They'll be like, you're not blind. They see you, they pretend.
You know what's fascinating for me? Yeah. Maybe I'm chatting with somebody on WhatsApp, and this person is asking me, how you did they chat me?
Especially most times, what I do when I'm chatting, I have an external Bluetooth keyboard, and I connected to my phone. And me and the person we are chatting. I'm meeting him pace by pace.
Oh,
you understand? The guy was like, what is happening? He sends me a message, I send him back immediately. He sends me a message.
There are no delays.
There's no delay. The guy will not be asking, what's happening? How are you doing it? Just be like, I'm with my my external keyboard working. We are chatting. You understand? When I want to chat, I just bring out my external keyboard because no time.
Yeah, you made mention of the fact that, you know, with technology, you become very employable.
Yeah.
Let's look at the access to technology in this part of the world. We say these things as though technology or assistive technology for persons with disability, it doesn't come cheap.
Yeah, it doesn't come cheap.
Yeah, these are things that are subsidized for persons with disability in other clients. Yeah. So tell us about this technology and how expensive they are.
JAWS, for example, there is a robust app for everything you want to do. JAWS is just the big name on screen readers. If you want to buy JAWS now, you'll be looking at $1,000+ not even naira. Do you understand? But there's a free one, Sha. It's called NVDA. But the problem with NVDA is that it's not as holistic as JAWS. You understand? So you now have to make do with the sub one. Do you understand? The NVDA, because that's what mostly all of us we are using. You understand? Because we can't afford JAWS. Because the naira to dollar rate now is, last time I checked, was 1,004. So let's just say maybe JAWS is $1,000. So 1,4 times 1,000, that's about 1 point something million. Do you understand? So these apps are very expensive.
I saw a Braille refresher.
Yeah, a Braille refresher.
Convert text to Braille.
To Braille, yeah.
It was going for as much as £4,000.
You see?
And if you convert £4,000 to naira.
You see, most of these apps are very expensive, but we have to make do with the ones that are cheap, and some of them are free. You understand? So beggars can't be choosers. You understand?
But do you feel sad sometimes when you realize that institutions, universities that are supposed to set the pace and teach the mainstream society how to be inclusive still grapple with how to make resource materials in their campuses more accessible for persons with disability?
It's sad, yes, but that's where advocacy comes in. We need to keep talking, going to schools, tell them, this is what we need. Going to the whole of Benin now does not even have a Braille embosser. Do you understand? I don't know if they have one now, but last I checked, there's no Braille embosser. What the Braille embosser does, it takes your textbooks and turns it to Braille. In the whole of Benin, we do not have one.
Did you ever use the library in school?
I was using these, when I was in school, there was this, what was it called though? There was a computer school inside Ugboa campus. What was the name? Something Kelly. Is it Kelly?
But you never accessed the main school library?
No, we were able to, no, not the main school library, no. It was this library, because this library was was an e-library. Yes.
So the reason I asked that question is that when they build libraries in school, making e-library more accessible for persons with disability is a leveler.
Yes.
Because we cannot access physical books.
No, we can't access physical books. That's why I said this was the one I was able to access. But the problem I had, I was at Ekenwa campus. So I could not start transporting from Ekenwa to Ugbo campus because I want to use the library. So most times it is Google. So anything we want to read, any research we want to do, we'll just enter Google and start researching.
So looking at the younger persons with disability or visual impairment, what would you say they can do to help themselves take advantage of what technology provides?
I will advise them to keep researching, because even as I'm here now, there are more new technology coming out that were not in my time. Do you understand? So they should just keep researching. Screen reader, at least, that's a big leveler. So they should just keep researching, because every day there's a new a new technology coming out. So what they can do is keep to the trend. Yes, keep to the trend.
You also talked about you being able to move around for the first time without anybody aiding you.
That experience was very sweet. Before then, anywhere I'm going to, I just use boat. The economic situation now will not allow me use
to do that all the time. So you had to work.
So I had to work on it. So the first time I did that was I had a meeting at Idia College. So the person I just begged someone to help me come out at Idia College, brought me out at Yaro. So I entered a bus coming to Ugbo.
On your own?
Yes, on my own. So when I got to Ugbo, I started pleading with people to help me cross.
All right. I wish we had more time to share this experience. But in any case, like we said, you wouldn't even have to do that if we had a GP, guide us and properly navigate our way for us. But this is a conversation for another day. Uyi, thanks for coming on Hitches and Voices.
Thank you for having me.
We'll do this again next Friday. I'd like to thank our listeners on radio and those who have followed us on television. Thank you for taking our time to follow us on the program Hitches and Voices. My name is Kingsley Okoje saying spot the hitch and be a voice. Goodbye.
ITV, certainly the best.
The Esama of Benin Kingdom thanked the new Edion for visiting him and advised them to always abide by the rules and regulations of their new positions. The Esama urged them to indulge in what will continue to bring development and progress to the community.
When I say it's your job, I wait to us and I know what I will.
Yes, Papa.
Caliban was in a cocono, no, we said, who paid you? Who paid you?
Baba.
Eko mwana sewa. Ewa ya lote nete dirwe asewa mabo. Awe uwe dine. Ejo uhi. Ejo na wele. Ejo na pulu. Ejo na mnumi ya kwa ewa yoda. Wawe kwa ba. Ojo uwe. Kaja de nena ya de wuyi. Wa wi ade wona mo no ma se lo kai.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
Good morning and welcome to Tech Today, the program where we explore the world of technology and explain how it affects our everyday lives. All right, technology today is no longer something happening only in laboratories or big technology companies. It is deeply woven into how we communicate, how we work, how we travel, and even how we entertain ourselves. From the smartphones in our pockets to the system controlling the aircraft, technology is constantly transforming the world around us. Here on Tech Today, we break down complex technological ideas and make them easy for you to understand. Whether you're a student, a professional, a business owner, or simply someone curious about the digital world, this program is designed to help you understand and stay informed about the technologies shaping our world. I am Momo Lawa, your host today, and today we'll be discussing something that millions of people interact with every day. The topic is technology inside modern cars. Yes, when many persons think that cars is about just engines, tires, fuel, or steering wheels, modern vehicles are no longer just mechanical machines, okay? They are now highly sophisticated technological systems filled with computers, sensors, cameras, and intelligent software. In fact, many experts now describe modern vehicles as computers on wheels. Today on the program, we'll explore the hidden computer inside modern vehicles, the smart safety technologies helping drivers avoid accidents, how smartphone now connects directly to vehicles, and the growing reality of cars that can partially drive themselves. But before we go deeper into today's topic, let's take a quick look at the recent development in the world of technology. Tech updates. Stay tuned. Welcome back. The first part of the tech update is the global scene, where we have smartphone cameras are now becoming more powerful thanks to AI, artificial intelligence. So companies are now using AI to automatically improve photos by adjusting the lighting, sharpening images, and reducing noise in low light conditions, even now identifying objects in a scene. So what this means is that modern smartphones are no longer relying only on the camera lens. They are also now using softwares and intelligent algorithms to process images even after the photo has been taken. For everyday users, this means people can now take professional looking photos using just the smartphone that they have, even without having any photography skills. It also explains why many smartphone cameras today can now compete with traditional digital cameras in terms of quality. So in simple terms, AI is turning smartphone into smart photographer. All right. Coming back home in Nigeria, we have the Nigerian financial regulator, that is the Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, in Nigeria, has raised concerns about growing risks in the fintech and digital finance space. So as more Nigerians use mobile apps for investments, for digital payments, and online financial services, regulators are warning companies to strengthen security and transparency in order to protect users from fraud and financial loss. So this is very important to all of us, because with millions of Nigerians now using fintech apps for payments, for savings and investments, stronger regulation help ensure that people's money and personal information remain safe. The warning is very simple, okay? It is meant to protect consumers and build trust in Nigeria's growing digital finance system. So these developments show you how technology continues to evolve globally while even shaping finance and digital systems here in Nigeria. And those are some of the latest developments happening in the world of technology. Now let's return back to our discussion for today. Welcome back. So we're talking about the technology inside modern cars. When people think about vehicles, cars, they often imagine purely mechanical machines powered by engines and controlled by drivers. Okay. However, the reality is now that modern vehicles contain dozens and dozens of small computers that manage almost every part of the driving experience. So these small computers are called the electronic control units, otherwise known as the ECUs. So in modern vehicles today, this can be between 50 to 100 microprocessor controlling different parts of the system. This system manages things such as the engine performance, they manage the fuel efficiency, they manage the braking system, even the airbags. The system manages the airbag, they manage the stability of the car, the climate system inside the vehicle. So what this means is that driving a modern car today is very different from driving vehicles from 20 or 30 years ago. Okay, one of the most important area where technology has transformed our vehicles when it comes to modern vehicles today is the area of safety. All right, we have modern cars now include what experts call the Advanced Driver Assistance System, often abbreviated as ADAS. This system helps drivers detect danger and avoid accidents. So let me give an example. We have what we call the lane departure warning. So if a car begins to drift out of his lane without the driver signaling, that's what we call, popularly called the driver traffic gating. If the driver is not indicating that it's going left or right and the car just suddenly decides to drift away, the system alerts the driver. You just hear some beeping sound, ping, 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 and then the driver knows that, okay, I'm moving away from where my lane ought to be. Okay, we have one other part of the technology called the automatic braking system, or sometimes automatic emergency braking. Okay, if sensor detects a collision is about to occur and the driver does not react quickly enough, the vehicle can automatically apply the brakes. Yes, so this technology has already prevented thousands and thousands of accidents worldwide. Another feature that comes with the modern vehicles nowadays is the blind spot monitoring. So this system alerts the driver when another vehicle is in the area that you may not be able to see using their mirrors, the rear view mirror or the side mirrors. Okay, so it just tells you that there's a vehicle in that area. It just start giving you another beeping sound from your car, inside your car. It's fascinating, isn't it? That's technology for you. So it's we also have some features also known as the sensor or cameras. So to help this safety system work better, modern cars now rely on multiple sensing technologies. So this sensing technology include the radar sensor, the ultrasonic sensor, the high resolution cameras, and artificial intelligence software. So together, these technologies can now allow vehicles to detect other vehicles around. It can also allow vehicles to detect pedestrians that are also around. It can also allow vehicles to detect the road markings in a lane and also any obstacle on the road. Yes. So these systems are also the foundation for one of the most exciting developments in automotive technology, what we call self-driving cars. Self-driving cars, how close are we? I know many of you would think that we already have this. I'm going to break it down for you, okay? Many persons believe that cars can already completely drive themselves. But in reality, it is slightly more complex than that, because experts now classify vehicle automation into 6 different levels as defined by the Society of Automotive Engineers. Okay, these levels describe how much control the car has compared to the driver. So level 1, we have the first level is level 0, where you have no automation. Okay, at this level, the driver performs all the driving tasks like we have in Nigeria. Most of the cars in Nigeria are on level 0. So older vehicles fall in this category, where the driver performs all the driving tasks. Level 1. Level 1 is where you have driver assistance. So the vehicle can assist with just maybe one task at a time, just maybe like steering or maintaining a particular speed. Some vehicles have it, they call it cruise control. So that's where the cruise control comes in. That's a very good example of level 1. So level 1 vehicles. So we have level 2, and that level 2 is known as the partial automation. At this level, the car can control both the steering and can control the speed simultaneously. However, the driver must still monitor the road and remain ready to take control in case of an emergency or in case the need arises. Okay, many modern vehicles today, they operate on this level, that's level 2, including some systems like the Tesla Autopilot. Okay, now we have the next level, level 3. That's the 4th level now. Level 3, it's called the conditional automation. Here, the vehicle can drive itself in certain conditions, such as during traffic congestions on the highway. However, still, the driver must be ready to intervene if the need also arises. This is an example of this is the Mercedes-Benz Drive Pilot. Okay, so you still be in the vehicle, but then the car can just move away through highways. You'll be in the driver's seat, but then just in case any need, you need to just take control. You have to be there, so it's not fully automated now. Then level 4 is what you call the eye automation. Okay, at this level, vehicles can operate fully without human control in specific environments. So some robo-taxis developed by Waymo and already operating in this level in certain cities and different countries. All right. Now, the last level is the level 5. That's what we call the full automation. Okay, this represents the future vision of self-driving technology. So a level 5 driving car would require no steering wheel, there will be no pedals, though it can drive anywhere without human intervention whatsoever. So you don't want to see a steering wheel there. There's no brake, there's no throttle, there's no clutch whatsoever. It's just fully automated. Okay. However, this level of automation has not yet been fully achieved commercially. All right. So those are the different levels that we have in cars, from level 0 to level 5. That's the 6 levels when it comes to automotive vehicles. So I'm going to take a short break here where I'll demonstrate modern car for you technology and show you how the sensor works and how this autonomous driving system also works, and even just show you a little bit of smart dashboard. We'll be right back after the short break.
The top 10 best new technologies in cars. From advanced safety features to cutting-edge connectivity, these advancements are shaping the future of driving. So buckle up and join us on this thrilling journey through the latest breakthroughs in automotive technology. Kicking off our list at number 10 is adaptive cruise control. This revolutionary technology uses sensors and radar to maintain a safe distance from the vehicle ahead. It automatically adjusts the speed and applies the brakes when necessary, providing a smoother and more relaxed driving experience. Adaptive cruise control is a game changer, particularly during long highway drives and congested traffic. Sliding into the number 9 spot are lane departure warning and lane keep assist systems. These technologies use cameras or sensors to detect lane markings and provide alerts or corrective actions if the vehicle unintentionally drifts out of its lane. By promoting safer driving habits and preventing potential accidents, Lane departure warning and lane heap assist are making our roads safer for everyone. At number 8, we have wireless phone charging, a feature that has become increasingly popular in modern cars. With this technology, you can say goodbye to tangled cords and fumbling with charging cables. Simply place your compatible smartphone on the charging pad, and it will wirelessly charge while you drive. It's a convenient and hassle-free way to keep your phone powered up during your journey. Breaking into the top 7 is Gesture Control, a futuristic technology that allows you to interact with your car's infotainment system using simple hand gestures. By waving, swiping, or pointing in front of a sensor, you can adjust the volume, answer calls, or navigate through menus without touching any buttons. Gesture Control adds a touch of magic and enhances the overall driving experience. Climbing up the ranks to number 6 is Blind Spot Monitoring, a technology designed to improve driver awareness and safety. Using sensors or cameras, this system detects vehicles in your blind spots and alerts you through visual or audible warnings. Blind spot monitoring is a valuable feature that reduces the risk of collisions when changing lanes and enhances overall situational awareness. Revving up the excitement at number 5 is the 360-degree camera system. This technology provides a comprehensive view of your surroundings by using multiple cameras positioned around the vehicle. It eliminates blind spots, aids in parking, and enhances safety by giving you a bird's-eye view of your car. The 360-degree camera system is a game-changer when it comes to maneuvering and navigating tight spaces. Claiming the number 4 spot is the Augmented Reality Head-Up Display, HUD, a technology that takes driver information to a whole new level. Instead of a traditional HUD, which displays basic information like speed and navigation directions, the Augmented Reality HUD projects dynamic and interactive graphics onto the windshield. It overlays real-time information such as lane guidance, speed limits, and even augmented reality navigation cues. This innovation enhances safety, reduces distraction, and provides an immersive driving experience. As we approach the top 3, we can't overlook the significance of autonomous emergency braking, AEB. This advanced safety feature utilizes sensors and cameras to detect potential collisions and automatically applies the brakes to prevent or mitigate the impact. AEB is a giant leap towards reducing accidents and saving lives. It's a technology that continues to evolve and improve with each passing year. Taking the number 2 spot is the rapid advancement of electric powertrains. Electric vehicles are becoming increasingly popular, thanks to their eco-friendly nature and impressive performance. With advancements in battery technology and charging infrastructure, electric cars now offer extended range, quick acceleration, and reduced environmental impact. The era of electric mobility is upon us, and it's reshaping the automotive landscape. And finally, claiming the top spot on our list is Vehicle to Everything, V2X, communication. This groundbreaking technology enables vehicles to communicate with each other and the surrounding infrastructure. It allows for real-time exchange of critical information such as traffic conditions, road hazards, and even emergency alerts. V2X communication enhances safety, optimizes traffic flow, and paves the way for the future of connected and autonomous driving. And there you have it, the top 10 best new technologies in cars. From adaptive cruise control to vehicle-to-everything communication, these innovations are reshaping the way we drive, making our journeys safer, more efficient, and more enjoyable.
Welcome back. So I believe you enjoyed the video, and just to go further and telling you all about how the technology works in the modern vehicle right now, we have what we call the smartphone connectivity. So it's another major innovation in modern vehicles today, that is smartphone integration, where vehicles now allow drivers to connect their phone directly to their car dashboard system. So you have platforms like the Android Auto or the Apple CarPlay. So most cars I've seen nowadays use that Android Auto. So that Android Auto can allow the driver to access their messages, the music, navigation system that's map and all of that. You can even allow the drivers to even take calls directly from their dashboard. Yes, that's also a smart invention also there using smartphones. Okay, so this improves the convenience and also safety by reducing how drivers now need to handle their phones on their phones in their ear or just type their phones whilst they are driving. And that's a good feature out there. Next, we have what we call another interesting development in modern vehicles is that some cars can now receive software updates through the internet, just like the way our smartphone does it. We call it the over-the-air software update. In our phone, we call OTA, that's over-the-air, OTA, yeah? Software update just comes and just tell you need to upgrade your system. It happens with some modern cars nowadays. So a well-known example is the Tesla, whose vehicles can now receive updates that improves the performance or can even reduce they even introduce some new features out there. So instead of visiting a mechanic or going to the showroom or going to where you bought the vehicle can just simply download the updates automatically, and you just have to just click upgrade to upgrade. Electric vehicles are now also transforming the automotive industry. So companies like BYD and Tesla, they are developing advanced battery systems that can monitor the battery temperature, it can monitor the charging efficiency of the vehicle, it can monitor the energy consumption, how much you use the battery. It can also monitor the battery lifespan of the vehicle. So these intelligent systems ensure that these electric vehicles, EVs, operate safely and efficiently. So guys, as you've seen today, modern cars are no longer mechanical machines powered by engines. They are complex technological systems powered by computers, sensor, and artificial intelligence software. So from the safety system that help you to prevent accidents, to vehicles that can partially drive themselves, to technology that is transforming how we move from one place to another. As innovation continues to develop, the future can bring vehicles that are fully autonomous, that are safer, and can even connect to our digital lives. Understanding this technology helps us to appreciate how rapidly the world around us is evolving. Instead of just hating on technology and saying this will replace drivers, this will replace cabmen, just understand how this works and see how it can help your life around, okay? This is why Tech Today exists, because we help you to understand the technologies shaping our present and our future. Thank you for joining us today. I am Lawal Momo, and this has been Tech Today. And I always tell you, until next time, it's very good for you to stay curious about tech, stay informed about tech, go out there, read, and just try your best to see how you can get interested and get involved with what is happening in technology, because tech is now, it's no longer the future again. So until next time, I'd say bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
Ojúde aṣáájú abẹ́rẹ́ pé. Ayaba sọ́kè abẹ́rẹ́ pé. Àlàyé àtọ́jú abẹ́rẹ́ pé. Ẹgbẹ̀júwà.
thank you so much for joining us today on the program Healthy Living. I'm Adesu Walsawage. Today we want to look at kidney disease, which is a condition where the kidneys get damaged and can't filter waste from the blood properly. It is also known as nephritis or renal disease. And today we're going to be talking to a survivor, so we're going to hear the story of kidney from a survivor. Yeah. On 15th of March was World Kidney Day. We couldn't come on air because we had other things we came up to do on the program. But today we just want to talk about kidney, looking at it from the angle of a survivor, because some persons don't survive it. Yeah, some persons don't, but at least hearing from a survivor will kind of give hope to those who are suffering that disease right now. So my guest today is going to be Esohe Usagiede Goodwin. She is the CEO Eso Kidney Alive Foundation, and she's joining us from the UK, and she's going to be telling us so much about this disease. We'll take a very short break, and when we come back, we'll bring our guest to you. Stay tuned. Thank you for staying tuned. Esohe Usagiede Goodwin is joining us from the UK. She is the CEO Eso Kidney Alive Foundation, and she is a survivor. Esohe, how are you? Thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much. I'm fine. I'm great. Can you hear me?
Okay, that's interesting. Yeah. All right, a lot of persons already know what kidney disease is. Can you just talk to us how it affected your daily life?
Kidney disease is not, it's supposed to be something that even if you are affected, you can still carry on with life normally. Maybe not 100%, but at least 50% of your life is still left with you. But having kidney problem in Nigeria is a big deal. It affects the entirety of your life. It affects, for me, it affected everything about me, my purpose, my dreams, aspirations, everything was on pause when I had my kidney failure. And because one of the biggest challenge of kidney failure is financial constraint. And unfortunately, since the medical attention in Nigeria is not free, so it became a big challenge for me, myself, and my family, so things were really, really rough. People actually supported, but it was not enough, because that's what dialysis does. You go today, you spend the entire money that people gave to you. Tomorrow, you're expected to come again to the hospital. It's continuously until you eventually get your transplant. So for me, it was the biggest and the most challenge of my family's life, because my dad have to sell his house just to make sure that we have money for dialysis. My mom ran into debt. We became beggars. And I want to say big shout out to ITV, because ITV actually supported me then by showing me on the screen and just helping me to reach out to the general public, to reach out to me financially. So it was a big nightmare. Yeah, it was a nightmare.
All right. Did you experience any symptoms before the diagnosis? Was there any symptom at all?
Yes. So, but then I'm going to list the symptoms. But what happened is that when those things were showing, I did not know about kidney failure. My parents did not know anything. So it was all about ignorance. But now, more reason why I'm carrying out what's it called, an awareness program in Edo State and also in Delta State, just telling the general public what symptoms are there that you need to watch out for. For me, when I was really little child, because my kidney problem started when I was 9 years, which they didn't pay attention to it. I was always having foamy urine. So when I pee, I noticed that there's particles of foam on it, and it's been there for years. It became serious that I was even admiring my urine. Like, I used to tell my friend, do you know when I pee, foamy substances are still there. I don't know what that, and I'm not. I told them, I said, I'm not drinking beer. My pee looks like a beer, beer substance like alcohol. So they used to laugh at me, but I didn't know that was a big sign of kidney problem. I was always fatigued. They called me the most lazy child among 5 in the house. I'm always lazy doing anything. Before I climb one staircase, I'm breathing hard. I experienced that for many years, even when I was employed in Edo State as a teacher. After teaching one class, I would run to one empty room to go sleep because I can't even hold myself. So I was really fatigued. I was I was having shortness of breath. I was having swollen faces. I didn't know that those were retention of fluid in my body. You know how a pregnant woman looks when they are pregnant, like swollen feet, swollen face. Yeah, I was always having that. And yeah, off and on from the hospital every time they are treating malaria. Because that time when I'm always sick, I'm the only one always sick among 5 children. And they will always say, it's malaria, take malaria medication. There's no medication then, no malaria medication I didn't take. And those were actually contributors to the reason why my kidney failed on time, because I kept taking lots of antibiotics, and of course painkillers as well. Then the one major one was um what's it called? Toilet. They call it toilet infection, but it is urinary tract infection. I was always having urinary tract infection, and this is one thing I'm always telling young ladies that come across my life, and I tell them check out for urinary tract infection, because I thought it's because me I'm using public toilet, that's why, but unfortunately it comes from the infected kidney to my bladder. So I didn't know the problem was from within. I was always treating it. I took lots of painkillers, antibiotics, and over time, after 15 years, when I was 9, was when my kidney eventually packed up. Yeah. So these were the things, these were the signs I actually noticed before I had my kidney failure.
As a survivor, what signs would you advise people not to ignore, apart from the urine, apart from the foreign urine?
Yeah, I just mentioned urinary tract infection for ladies. It happens to men as well, but because of the way our genital system are as ladies, we are prone to urinary tract infection more. So they should watch out for urinary tract infection. They should watch out too for the kind of things they put into their body, because the kidney is the engine room of the body. It's just like your engine in your car. And the only way your kidney will work effectively is when you drink a lot of water and you eat the right food. So people should watch out for Sorry about that.
Okay, go ahead, please. Are we good now?
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Yes, so sorry about that. Yeah, so people should watch out for the type of food and things they take into their body, because if you listen, I just said I was taking lots of malaria medications, which is self-medication, which is one of the practices we have a lot in Nigeria. People just fall sick and go to the pharmacy, give me this. Everybody is a pharmacist, so so they should watch out for the things they put into their body, both medication, both food, expired food and drinks. All of these things do not just knock the kidney one day. It's when we do this continuously, and then after a while the kidney definitely will fail. So they should watch out for whatever substance they put into their body. Is it water? Is it food? Is it liquid? Because a lot of people take a lot of hard drugs. They smoke. I preach about this all the time. Smoking is one leading cause as well. Again, smoke, alcohol, foods that are not actually processed properly. A lot of food these days are artificially processed. Watch out for those things. And then, of course, drink a lot of water, because what is helping people these days is, despite the fact that we take some poisons and some chemicals into our body, but when we take a lot of water, it helps the kidney to work effectively, to flush them out. So that's why you hear everybody say drink water, because sometimes you can't control some of the food that we eat, especially those of us in abroad. Most of their food are not organic. So what we use to support ourselves is the water intake. At least we get good clean water here. You know, so this is my advice to people. You watch out for anything.
Transplant journey. How was your how was your transplant journey was then? Because nowadays you see that some persons who even go through transplant, when they find donors and all of that, it does not match with them, and most often the time it fails. The problem continues, and when the person cannot keep it anymore, the person dies. So tell us about your transplant journey. What made it so successful?
Yeah, I'm so grateful for the fact that, you know, anything about medical world, sometimes we have mistakes, we have these are human beings, these are not robots. So sometimes mistakes happen, and sometimes negligence is there as well. I didn't do my transplant in Nigeria. It doesn't mean that there are no good transplantations in Nigeria. There are good and effective doctors too, but I was just so scared. So we did ours in India, and my mother became my donor. And I can tell you categorically that the test results, I mean, the test my mom went through before she was proven to be my donor was rigorous test. You know, we were even saying, is this test not enough? They said, no, your mom will come again for another, but we don't want to hear any mistake. Those were doctors that were actually diligent in their duties, you know. So when you hear that transplant is done and some persons come back and say it doesn't match it, for me, I'm not a doctor, but I think like if you go to a good hospital and doctors pay attention to very minute things that people will ignore, those are the things that might result to big problem after the transplant. If they pay attention, I don't think there will be any problem, because I have experienced the life of transplant. It's beautiful. Mine was successful, and it was beautiful. Back to life again, back to normal again. I've seen successful people for many years. Their transplantation has lasted for 40-something years, 50-something years, and they are still going, you know. So sometimes life happens. Some people, we don't know what really happened. Spiritual reasons might be there, or even mistakes from the patients themselves. So I don't know how to put it, but one just needs to be careful where you go do your transplant, and also the doctors that attend to you, if they're very effective, to tell you. For me, I'll tell you one thing. The doctors that I know about, they will tell you, even if this person is a match, but in the next 20-something years, there will still be a problem with that kidney. So we're not going to, are you willing to go ahead with the surgery or not? So if you sign yes, then that's on your risk. If you say no, they'll stop and find you a better match. So that's how they value lives here. But I don't know about other places, but life after transplant is beautiful. You know, I'm an advocate for it. If you have
life after transplant, how is your diet like? Just generally your lifestyle after transplant.
My lifestyle after transplant was great. I even joined sports before I left Nigeria. I was always jogging in the morning. Yeah, we had a running group that I joined. So it's not like the life is fragile. No, it's back to normal. I know footballers over the world that have done transplant that are also footballers playing professionally. So my life is beautiful. Yeah, back to work, doing what I know how to do best, back to the studio. My diet is normal because I don't have any internal problem. So people that struggle with transplants most times are people that have internal problem like diabetes, you know, and other kind of strong internal problems. Those ones have to mind their diet and mind the things they do. But for me, I would just, till date, I don't think they've seen the reason why my kidney failed, actually. So I'm back to normal. I'm not hypertensive. I'm not diabetic. So my diet, everything is normal. I'm living a normal life like any other person. The only thing is that I am more careful of the things I put in my body, of the things I eat, of the water I drink, because I'm just keeping a normal, healthy lifestyle of what everybody should do anyway. But for me, I know what I went through, and I don't want to go through it again. So I'm keeping a normal, healthy lifestyle. Yes.
All right, so I wish we could go on and on because you have such an interesting story to tell there. I'm so glad you're fine, you're good, and I hope that this talk with you today will definitely encourage one or two or so many persons out there who are sufferers and are waiting for transplantation, and hoping for a better life like your own. Thank you so much, Esohe, for finding time to be with us on the show today. We hope to do this again very soon.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
All right, Esohe, do have a great day and enjoy the rest of your life. All right, people, this is it on the show today, and I want to believe that those who are down with kidney disease and all of that will find succor someday soon. Do have a beautiful afternoon. Bye-bye.
ITV, certainly the best.
Yes. Ẹgbẹ̀júwà. Ọba àtọ́pẹ́. Ẹgbẹ̀júwà. Ọba àtọ́pẹ́ yìí.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet.
Umadogemo akmoye ni awoge wae ewae nori oba osanoro oba Umadogemo akmoye ni awoge wae ewae no bia fave o oba dije oba Abuki Sivioke o. Abuki Sivioke ko. Amira na yoki. Ebi na ya yo ku sa ya ye wa. Eke no ku ye de to ku maka. Aba ya no. Ba hu ma yo, ba hu ma yo.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thanks again. Very interesting story for you on Icons on ITV. And our guest today, Dr. O. It's a delight to know you're still with us on this week's edition of the program Icons on Independent Television. We've had this conversation going on. I mean, very interesting journey that you've had growing up as a child, a wonder child, I must say, and a special child, I must say, from this, historical background that you have given to us. Now, let's know your journey. What was it like, briefly, in your high school? And then I'm most interested in your trajectory in the U.S. because I know America is known as God's own country. I mean, it's a dream country for many people. So what was it like for you?
Well, to end the high school thing, I was also a survivor in high school. I didn't want to go through what my people were going through, like clearing the bushes and all of that stuff. Okay. I'm like, I got myself into all the Reverend sisters. Oh, let me wash your car. Before the sister wakes up, I already washed all the cars. So the next day, you can be working in the convent. So we started baking Holy Communion and all of that while my mates are doing all the odd jobs. From there, I traveled the first holiday. I went to Benin to visit my uncle. When I was leaving, he gave me 40 naira. So I went to New Benin for Papa. I bought a camera, wait and take.
Okay.
I bought films. I went to school. I started doing wait and take pictures.
And people were paying you for it?
I was making good money, 5 naira per picture.
Interesting.
So then I got friendly with the gate man. I said, Baba, I want you to be keeping money for me. I'll be giving you a little. So that's how I was making money. Anybody want to do anything, I would be the one taking pictures. Then they were looking for somebody to do DJ in the school. I would say, well, I love music. I love to dance. I like entertainment. So I started doing DJ for this high school. They used to call me DJ Kosu Kosu. Then I now, from there, I passed out fly colors. Then I now went to College of Education. So my uncle came and determined that I should go to College of Education. So I went there in Yaro. We were at Yaro then. I'm the student too that I would be the best in class. I knew I had to be the best in anything I do.
Okay.
Because I worked so hard.
Okay.
From there, and I got my uncle now said, you need to go to US. You need to go to US because you need to go study more. Then from there, where I was doing my teacher's training, then somebody came and said the brother was looking for a wife. Then they saw me and were like, wow. I said, well, I'm actually getting ready to go back to US.
Okay.
So that was how I got married. The guy came, we got married. Then it was like, oh, you got to wait a little bit. My uncle said, no, she already got a visa. She has to go to US to go further her education. That was how I said, okay, I'm going to land of milk and honey. All the money I had, I spread money out so that my younger ones can go to school in case something happens to me in America.
Okay.
And I got to America. The first time I got to America, I was like, oh, America, which house are we going? Then they said, oh, the first of all, the car that we used to pick me up at the airport, the car was not starting. I was like, hey, Jesus, this is America. Then I said, oh, okay. Somebody now came and jumped the car, then we went. So instead of people climbing up to go to the house, we went to the basement. In a very little basement, no windows, no nothing. And one day I sat, I said, God, I'm here. This is an unknown land. This is America. I saw telephone, I took the telephone. I died. I said, I died the number. They said, your phone cannot be connected right now. Please call back later. And I said, okay, what time do you want me to call back? Hello? What time should I call back? I need to call my sister. I need to talk to my sister in Houston. Sister Mozelle, my cousin, actually. What time should I call back? Nobody was answering me. So when we all gathered, I said, anytime I use this phone, they say I should be using the phone. The phone, they just say it's not going through now. But when they're not talking to me, everybody started laughing. So when I went to America, I went there with, I had like $100, you know, $100 on me, so which I declared to my ex. And I said, oh, well, I got money, big money. With them, $100 was a lot of money. Mm-hmm. My uncle changed it and gave to me to take to America. So then we changed the money, we had the money. Then I look, I say, you know what? This is marriage, no window, no TV, no nothing. I'm in the closet. I'm like, okay, so I know what to do. Then I started using my talents. So I started using, I went to the shop there, I saw some t-shirts, I started doing tie and dye. I went to gas station, start selling it. You know what? You can wear this, it'll be nice on you. That was like 5 gas stations started ordering t-shirts from me. Wow. From there, I started making some chin-chin, some bakery. Then I will now do cold water. And I'll do cold soda, like Coke, minerals, we call it here. So I have the coolers of it then I will now take them, I will now take a taxi, I will go to the downtown of America, city of Newark. That's where you see everything. So I put them, I see one African guy that work in a car park, Brother Oliver. I say, brother, uncle, I want to keep these things here. I'll be going back and forth. When he finish up, he say, of course, please. You're so beautiful. Why are you doing all this? I say, I want to raise money. I can't just be here like this. I don't know. I didn't know America was like this. I'll be running after cars, buy water. But you know, if you buy water, it's cold. You want to try this chin-chin. This is chin-chin. It's low calories. It's good African snack. You want to try. This is plantain, made out of plantain. Before you know, I'm sold out. Then I started doing that. Then one day, somebody saw me, was like, oh, you are so beautiful. Why are you doing this on the street? I said, well, this is where I need to go to school. I need to raise money. So then I started to see my talent in clothing and textiles. So I said, you know, I need to go to a quick school. I want to first of all go to a quick school where I can learn how to do sewing. I can learn how to sew. Then I said, you know what? Then my ex said, you know what? Don't do that. You should go to this, first of all, learn how to type.
Typing school.
So I went to typing school. They said, oh, it's going to take me 8 months to finish. I said, do you have a crash program? They said, what are you talking about? I said, I can finish it in 2 months. They said, 2 months? I said, try me out. That was like, within 2 months, I was done. I was typing 80 words per minute. So one company hired me. They were paying me $6. $6 okay. An hour. So I blew it out to my uncle. I make it $6 an hour. Then I will now do that. Then in the evening, I'll carry all my stuff. I will now go and be selling on the street. Then in the night, I will go to a fast food place. They call it Roy Rogers. Because I'm very beautiful with nice Jerichoans, they thought the people would come because of me. So I will now stay in the counter. They made me a cashier first. Okay. A cashier. Okay, they say they want some medicine. I said, huh? What did you say? I kept telling people, huh? I didn't hear what you are saying. And they said, no. The manager pulled me out of there. He said, you know what, now you're going to be the one mopping the floor. I started mopping the floor. The people puke in the bathroom, they puke, they throw up. They call me, oh, Elizabeth, yes. I go there, I clean it up. I started doing that. I said, okay, I'm very good at cleaning. So I went to church. I'm a Catholic. In the Catholic church, there are all these old women. Then I started approaching them. Mama, do you mind if I come be cleaning your house? I'll clean very good for you. They said, really? Okay. Then one of them started making me to clean. Then I will clean her house very early in the morning. Then after that, then I will go to the typing job.
Okay.
To work.
Okay.
So I work the 8 hours. Then after that, I go to the street. I start selling things. So I said, you know what? Maybe I should focus on my Texas. Then one lady came. They call her Mrs. Ero. Mommy, everybody call her. She came from Nigeria. So because I know her, because when I was getting married, the man asked me to go see her. She should be the one to approve me. Okay. So I said, okay. I went to her. Then I know her. Happened to be I know the sister also. Okay. So at the end of the day, she was bringing clothes from Nigeria. Tie and dye, like top and bottom, like when you wear it, adire.
Yeah, you have to see.
So I said, you know what, mommy? Let me take 6. Let me see how it goes. So I took 6. I went to the junk where I sell my water and this, and I displayed them. People were like, oh, this is beautiful. How much are you selling them? My man just went $50. They said, what? The guy just bought the whole 4. The 4 out of the 6. I had 2 left. Another person came. Oh, is it unisex? I said, yes, it's unisex. Then I announced that the other one just bought the other 2. True. I sold that within 1 day. Wow. I went back saying, mommy, we got to get more. Let's get more. So started bringing stuff. So now it blew out. Then I started ordering for cases, buses. I would drive to the airport, in JFK airport, get my consignment. Then my brother's wife, my cousin's wife, has a sewing place here in Nigeria, in Ihama. So I now started ordering things from her. Then she would now take them to me, ship them to me. I started selling. If I ask a Nigerian person that time, can you come and let's see, buy this, you wear, he said, where I go, where and go? Where you want me to wear and go? So my customers were Liberians, Americans, and all of that. So I was selling that. Then after that, I started to form a dancing group. Because I look at myself, I say, when I first came to America, I didn't have shoes on my legs. Because I went with 1 pair of shoes, and I left 1. I forgot 1 in Nigeria, and only 1 came to America with me. Then I came, I was walking around, when I was selling my water and all of that, until something poked on my sole of my heel. Then I called my cousin. He said, in Houston, Sister Moselle, he said, what happened to her? I said, sister, my aim is so moral, I injured. He said, what about shoe? I said, sister, I don't have no shoe. He said, what? So he now sent me 3 pairs of shoes. So I started using them, me all over. So I was just that kind of person, you cannot miss me. So they will say, this girl, again.
So, I want to ask you this question.
I didn't have children.
You didn't have children at this time?
No.
Wow. So when did babies start coming?
So it was, I was looking for babies, but you know, that's the story of another day. I don't want to dip into this conversation. Yeah, I'm going to keep my marriage out of it, and I'm going to keep everything out of it. Yeah. But just
the bottom line is that you have 4 children.
Yes, I have 4 children.
Yeah.
No, what happened was I was now very big.
Okay.
Then after the clothing business, then I had a lot of money with the business. So I will be making good money. Then I now run it to somebody. People are just staying in my. Then the guy from Igbo, Agbo, saw me. He said, this girl, you're always everywhere. Let me not go hit you. Let me talk to the mayor of IVT. Maybe.
What do you mean IVT?
IVT is a city. Like
okay.
You have a
city where? Which of
you have Irua,
okay.
You have Uromi, you have this.
Which state now?
New Jersey. I've lived in New Jersey all my life.
All your life? You've been in New Jersey?
Yes,
wow.
I've been in New Jersey for almost 40 years.
Okay.
Point of correction, almost 40 years.
Almost 40 years, yeah.
So then I was just there. Then what I now did, when I see people, one day they were shooting people. I see them shooting somebody by Extra Supermarket. I witnessed it. So I now said, what I should do now? let me fence this place around so I can be inside the fence. Believe you and me, the fence is still there today.
Wow.
So I fenced the place, then I will be inside, hanging my clothes, selling. One day, my ex-husband's brother or friend saw me. I saw a car pulling towards me. Pulling towards me, the boot was coming towards me, the trunk. I'm like, who is this? I said, oh, Brother Harry. He said, what are you doing? Why are you disgracing everybody? Wait till you just came to America. The only you, they do this, they do that, they do you everywhere. You know, the women there will be gossiping me. Oh, she's not even looking for instead of her to be thinking of how she will have a baby. She's here doing business, doing everything. I didn't know. I was told I was too young to have a baby. I didn't really know nothing. Yeah. So I was just like, okay, let me start hustling. So I started doing. He said, put this stuff in the car, Jerry. I said, no, brother, I'm making money. I'm making good money. He said, no, put the stuff in. So he put all the stuff in the car. So we go home. Then I brought out my thing. My ex-husband said, honey, show her what you made today. When he saw that I made almost $3,000, can imagine that time. At that time, talking about what time? My first son was born 1991. Talking about 1980. I can't even remember. So then the guy said, what is this? I said, money. He said, did you steal the money? I said, how can I steal the money? All my clothes you see I'm selling, these African tires I'm selling them $80. At the rare, I said, yes, people are buying it. So I started designing. I now went to a fashion and design school in New York. That one was also 9 months program. I did it within 3 months. Then instead of me doing the cutting, I said, no, all the design, I'll just describe it to my brother's wife in Benin. Yeah. We just make everything. They will send it to me. I started introducing, okay, how about we do brocade? We do lace. We do this. Then we do this brocade that we now use both agbada, black inside, white outside. I started designing, creating. And this is my brother. I call him my brother now. Brother Oliver from Agbo, who was at the, what is it called? Parking. Working in the parking lot. Yeah. So he is married to a Liberian lady. So I would just say, brother, if you wear this, it's good. They'll say how much? I said, $300. He will not even follow me to argue. We just buy. He was buying. Then I started going to his house. The way I started collecting people, all the Liberians were not coming there. We meet at a point from there. Somebody saw me and said, how about you start to do shows? You know? They will start to do shows. I said, okay. Maybe that can take me off the street, but let me get something together first. So I now start to save money, hide money. You know, because every time I come, I have to report how much I made. I don't want to go through that today. Okay. So then I bring the money, start to have small money. So at the end of the day, I was just here selling clothes. I just saw a car. This is a tank car, Lincoln tank car, all dark, everything dark. Some young guy just came out of it. They're like, what? You are so beautiful, girl. What you do is selling all this on the street. This area is so dangerous. We can make you a better offer. I'm like, okay, what is it? He said, how about we use this your product? We do shows. We do fashion shows and all of that. I said, okay, I'm all for it. Yeah, I can do that. Then they said, okay, well, the first one is in Robert Treat, which is in Newark, downtown. So we went there. I took all my clothes there, everything. Then later they would now call me Lady Chris Fashion. That was who I was. Okay. Then they will now take my clothes. My clothes are number one. Before you know, money flowing everywhere. People will be laughing. Oh, some of my people that said they're close to me will say, if money start off for you, you know we'll get picking. I say, don't worry, God will be the one that will bring the children. Yeah. So at the end of the day, I will make good money there. My husband will follow me, so he will be the one keeping all the money. While my employees are working, the models, I will rent a limo, we go out, five different people start to invite me. Then I say, you know what, Black History Month, I need to form a dance. I used to dance in Nigeria. Okay. So let me bring dance to America. So there's a way park, we call it. I hired all these band people, then I start dancing. When all the people do their dance, they now say, it's now, here will come the queen, the dancer from Nigeria. I will not just come out, first of all, flip. No,
I wish you can do that.
Oh, my God.
I wish you can do that.
My life has always been like, what is this?
Dr. thank you so much for coming on the program.
No
thank
problem.
You.
You're welcome.
That's a package for this week on the program Icons on Independent Television. Hope you had a great time with us. Be sure to join us same time, same station next week. We'll bring you another segment of the program. Till then, stay blessed and bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is Anegbete community situated in Isako Central Local Government Area of Edo State. It is an agrarian community with united people that promotes unity and oneness for peaceful coexistence. The inhabitants of the community migrated from Benin, the cradle of black civilization, a kingdom where king is truly king. The ancestors of Anegbete saw that age was the main determinant of leadership in the rural setting, and the eldest man in the settlement was regarded as the leader who presided over meetings, and his authority is held in high esteem. To further strengthen this unique system of leadership, age group evolved in Anegbete. In Anegbete, age group is categorized into two, that is the common and the noble. Anegbete is rich in cultural heritage, as the community at noon saw the commitment of the festival with the first set rolled out in beauty colors to showcase their might and strength, indicating their feet and ready for the responsibilities behold on them. The streets in the community with a feed up of young men and women adorned with the festival. Later, the royal family takes the stage as their children fight out royally and work in the community to showcase their might and fitness.
My leader.
Edion expressed excitement as he danced and rejoiced before the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawori Igbenedion, who also joined in the dance. As visiting and paying of homage to various homes of senior elders continued, the initiates spent 7 days performing diverse kinds of rites as required by tradition. They were furnished with rules and regulations regarding their new office as Edion.
That I grew up in this community to the point that they have now also chosen me as an elder in this community. It's a thing of great joy. All thanks to the Esama of Benin, my people, my family, everybody, all Okada community for this great honor. I am very, very grateful.
Well, this is my brother. I'll call him my uncle because he grew up with my father. I'm so proud of him because we are doing the same rituals as the Edions of the Okada. It is our duty for us to make this place a greater place, for outsiders to come and see the goodness of God in Okada. And I'm proud of every one of us here. So shall it be to each and every one of us in Jesus' name.
Odion ma no kada zima Esama zima dion bona zima dion obala zima dion mara we ma ri o Esama dion na ni ma do pon mi sama ni ma do gbe ken Esama e ma dio wa re na Esama ma gbe ken ne o sa bo obuyo bi to ne baba no ge to ni maga no dia mi maga me ma ni do gbe ken ne de na e ma ya fe e ma to o e ma agbo o oro pa ewu dori e ma dia wo re ne o be ti agbo ya no we mi maga me we need just to know me afa
in Esama in our father's house in respect of our initiation to elders Edion level. As tradition demands, we are here today to come and also pay our homage to him, to also for him to also pray for us for long life and prosperity.
The climax after 7 days was paying of homage again to the Odion way, where he gave the initiate the full rights to function and to henceforth participate in meetings with Edion. It will go down in the history and minds of Okada community, Ovia people, Edo State, and Nigeria in general. The ambience, style, and the colorful ceremony associated with the 2025 initiation into the Edion Council of former Governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakari Igbenedion, his brothers Bright Ayamakwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osenwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawori Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osawuni Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osane Igbenedion, Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Gwede Onwunse, Honorable Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Ukponwa Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, as well as Agbong Steve Igbenedion, among other sons of Okada.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Paternity fraud is the intentional misrepresentation of a child's biological father. This deception can have profound emotional, financial, and legal consequences for the man who was misled into believing he is the biological parent, the mother, and the child involved. It's one form of misattributed paternity or paternal discrepancy. Specifically, paternity fraud is the intentional misidentification of a child's biological father. Paternity fraud is distinct from other unintentional misattribution which may arise from simple error, an accident such as mix-up during fertility treatment or a sexual assault. Paternity fraud is a significant and growing concern in Nigeria, driven by societal pressures, infidelity, and increasing accessibility of DNA testing. Recent reports from DNA testing centers suggest that approximately 1 in 4 men who seek paternity tests discover they are not the biological fathers of their presumed children. Paternity fraud is a situation where a woman misleads or deceives a man into believing and accepting he is the biological father of a child. It is a rampant, growing, but underexploited issue in Nigeria with significant ethical, legal, and social consequences. Despite anecdotal evidence suggesting a high percentage of up to 40% in some private DNA testing centers, there is a critical research gap in empirical data and logical provision addressing paternity fraud. Existing family laws do not explicitly recognize paternity fraud, leading to inconsistent judicial outcomes and inadequate restitution, leading to inconsistent judicial outcomes and inadequate restitution for affected individuals. Cultural taboos connected to paternity testing further complicate the issue, as requesting a DNA test is often perceived as distrustful or disrespectful, challenging deeply held cultural values. This study examines the ethical dilemmas, legal gaps, cultural influences, and social impact of paternity fraud in Nigeria.
It's a welcome development. I don't have any issues with it at all. People don't just wake up and demand for DNA tests. It is based on circumstances and issues around relationship and trust. And that is why you see people coming up to say they want to be sure. We've had a whole lot of issues around paternity, both from the male angle and from the female angle. So we've had issues. And the only way you can draw finality or conclusion to it is when you ask for a DNA test. Now, the good thing about DNA test is that it is either 99% or 0%. So it's very easy to know that this is my child and this is not my child. Very easy. And I want to say that for me, I don't have any issues. I don't have any problem. I encourage it, particularly when there are doubts around the issue of birth. I don't see any reason if there are circumstances and you are demanding for paternity test. If there are no issues, then why are you afraid of it? You shouldn't be afraid when you know your hands are clean. So on the issue of breakages of marriages, of course it will happen. If it happened that it's negative or it's positive, I mean, and it happened that your suspicions are correct, certainly it will lead to either divorce or separation. Basically, I don't think that is a social problem at all, but it will also give you rest of mind to say, yes, either this is my child or not. We must begin to live faithfully with each other. I think that is it. If you know you are not faithful, also you should also know that you can be cut out. Basically, that there is a way we can identify and find out if you were faithful in your marriage. All these things leads to succession as well, property rights and succession rights. So it is not just only paternity issues. It goes a long way when it comes to property devolution, as well as other areas of social issues that we must also look at. You do not want another person's child to inherit your property. So those are the things. You see, it's not something that just end up with the man and the woman. It goes further than that. And you will also recall that late MKO Abiola, before he died, insisted that the majority of his children should be tested. And that happens. And you all know the result of that test. a lot of those kids or a lot of those children were not his at all. And because of that, they were denied the rights of property inheritance. You see, but of course, he would have done that probably when he was alive. So I don't see anything wrong with it. It should be encouraged in society, and it should be encouraged globally.
It has become a thing that people now practice it because of some reasons. Otherwise, before now, it's assumed that once a woman is pregnant and she's married, that pregnancy belongs to her husband, and eventually the child belongs to the husband. But within some circumstances that you now find that maybe the child is sick and the child is taken to the hospital, he needs blood transfusion, the blood does not rhyme with the supposed father and things like that. I think that's where the idea of doing DNA came about. And you and I know that it can be so disappointing that you are raising a child only for you to discover that that child is not yours. And to avoid all this, that's where they brought the idea of doing DNA. And also, when they want to travel out, well, there are also issues there. So you go to embassy with so much confidence, and at the end of the day, you find that the children you have taken to embassy to get visa, they are not yours. So it's really disheartening. But I want to advise my fellow women, let us be truthful to our husbands. If you know you can't stay with the man, instead of jumping around, just get out of the marriage so everybody know that you are single. Instead of pretending to be married and yet you are more of a single person. And at the end of the day, you bring other men's children for the man to take care of. And at the end of the day, there are issues. So instead of putting yourself in that disgraceful manner, just stay on your own and they know that you are not married. And you can do whatever you want into your life. Nobody is going to ask you, why are you doing that? In every action, there are always consequences. So everybody should stick to what belongs to them so that the children you have will know that they are yours and things like that. But even the men, they do it with recklessness, except when the man eventually dies. You see people coming from every angle that this man was my father and all that. And I think that is not healthy. So let us believe morally. God says, if do not fornicate. So, and you know the punishment of fornication. So let's just avoid it and be faithful to our partner.
Findings reveal that economic insecurity, societal pressure on women to bear children, and restricted access to affordable DNA testing contribute to the problem. Key causes of paternity fraud include marital infidelity and concealment. Women may hide that a child was conceived with someone other than their partner to avoid divorce or abandonment. This can also happen when a woman gets pregnant, probably for her ex. In order to save her marriage and family reputation, she will cleave to an unsuspecting innocent loving partner, especially when the wedding date has been fixed. It does happen when the woman's husband lives abroad for greener pasture. Perhaps he stays out of the country for a couple of years and occasionally comes to visit once a year or once every 2 years to 5 years, leaving the woman lonely and vulnerable to temptations from other men. These ladies sometimes sleep with their house help or security guards. The brothers or best friend of the said man abroad may be lured into their net if they are not careful. Another factor is financial motivation, a desire to secure child maintenance, inheritance, or financial support from a financially stable man. Sometimes desperate ladies go a long way to tie the man of their dreams with pregnancy. They know fully well that the pregnancy does not belong to the said man. Due to the financial stability, they can get pregnant for any man of their choice to remain relevant in the scheme of things.
In our mother's days, they don't even know what is called DNA. Because when you are married, you are married. You live with your husband and your children. It's one family. There's no looking out. And if you look out, they have punishment for it, grave punishment for it. So that was like a standard control that our parents used to sustain friendship in marriage, to sustain respect in marriage, and to sustain oneness in marriage. But these days, it's so unfortunate that young people no more take marriage very seriously. No more take relationship very seriously. They no more take oneness of the family very seriously. And all our culture and traditional effects of such misbehavior is no more in practice. So the best option is to go for DNA. And now we show anything that is not made by God may not be 100% correct. That is truth about life. Anything that is not made by God is not 100% correct. So even the DNA, how we show is 100% correct. The person that is doing the test in the lab, any little mistake will give a bad name to a dog in order to hang it. So the way forward is that all those our cultural practices, traditional practices that are healthy should come back. We should effect it. What is important is your heart, your mind, your conscience before looking at deterrent from outside. In marriage, your heart, your mind, your conscience. This will guide you in order for you not to go astray, either as a man or as a woman. Then when these virtues are lost, then we begin to call for DNA. Of course, that's the last resort that will solve the problem. If a woman is accused innocently, then the woman can confidently say, let's go for DNA. And that woman will be vindicated. That's the last resort for now that we have. People are ready to go and swear. Even if you say go and swear, people are ready to go and swear. After swear, they go and do other things to counter this swear.
If it is done sincerely, it brings sanity to preserve marital vow. And at the same time, if a man and a woman knows at the end of their journey, something will come suddenly like this, everybody will check each of ourselves. And the word integrity will prevail. Even nowadays, nobody cares. Nobody wants to know or care about integrity. And that is why sometimes, before you marry in those days, our parents want to know from which family do you want to marry. They go deep into it. If it's a family where you are hit and run, they will not allow. But a woman who has no manner, or a man who cannot really preserve, go from one place to another, just bringing babies. And when you find out most of the children, they are sick, you don't need the cause. It's because Fanta face and Coca-Cola body. You find out the father is from another person, the mother is from another place. So how do we go about it? So it's in order to allow integrity to prevail in marriage, I think it is very good and better. And also people should always know that anything you do in secret will come up one day. So I think I personally encourage it. You don't start what you cannot end. When you don't want your house to be broken, we must allow the truth and the honesty. Where your marriage is tailored by your parents, they pay your dowry. Fine, you are being attached to yourselves. And you need to grow into yourself and then bring out children. That's what the Bible says. But the child you want to bring out, or children, are they from one source? They are not corn that you grown up under. So we pray that no broken home, but if your house is broken, you want to find out why. If you mess up your bed, how do you want to lie on it? I encourage it. See if anything come contrarily, you will find out if it is really not. I'm not talking about short course test. You do tests that is not a Yahoo test, retest, and whatever it comes out, fine. What brought this matter of DNA test is reality. Yeah, because sometimes hunger can kill faith. At the time that there is hunger in the land, a stupid person can just come and dash currents of pounds or dollars, then you fall off, you derail like trail. So that is why it is good this should be done, and then it's a legacy they want to follow. Where for sincerity we are talking, and integrity will prevail. That will prevail in a marriage. Sincerity, integrity is what we are talking. Then when you have this, you may not bother, but when, in order to be properly sure, go ahead doing it, so that you rest assured, peradventure anything happens,
Social stigma and pressure. Fear of stigma, pressure to produce children, or pressure from family to have a father figure present. In Nigeria today, some ladies, in order to save their marriage, go extra mile to bear children for their partners, sometimes due to cultural pressure of having a male child or just to have children. Some religious women sleep around with the heads of a religious organization to bear children. Some ordained pastors and imams, traditional worshippers, some working class women get intimate with their colleagues in their places of work just to have children or male child in order to save their marriages.
I am fully in support of that. In terms of this, our modern living, why I really say I support it is that a whole lot of men have trained children for other people, being that they don't even know if they are the actual fathers of the children. The kind of lifestyle most of our ladies live these days, I will encourage that the government should make it reasonably affordable for every man or every child to have his DNA done. The reason for me, again, is that if you know the DNA of your child or you know the paternity test of a child, it gives you an in-depth responsibility for you to cater and do what you expect to do for that particular child all through life. But when you don't do it, or when you are not able to do it, when you start seeing some traces of abnormal character emerging from a child, you start imagining, what is this one coming from? And when these things keep happening like this, you see that you will lose trust. And at the end of the day, the psychological effect is enormous. It can even derail the entire system, the entire system of the man or the family. So that is just one of it. We also know that it has so much negative effect in doing it, because sometimes there are certain stories that don't need to be told in the course of living. So I will say that we have some things, some people can manage a family. They may have some maybe limitations in terms of their production and all that from the men, and the woman tries to go out of her way to balance the entire house. And when she goes out of that ways and gets the house balanced, perhaps bringing the child or something like that, and then the man eventually find out that this is not my child, it derails the man. For me, sometimes we allow it slide, but majorly it is better we call a spade. We iron things out and make things work. Let the man know if he's adopting, let him know he's adopting. If he's not adopting, let him know the state he is. I will stand with that. But that doesn't deter us from telling us that sometimes certain things have to be kept quiet for peace to reign, for the entire community to be at peace.
Marriage is built on trust. And when you talk about DNA is like a breakdown of trust. When there's no breakdown of trust, DNA won't come. The reason why DNA cannot be ruled out, because you are living with human beings. You cannot also rule out the issue of trust and distrust. So it is there to clear doubt. So DNA naturally should not be compulsory for everybody. DNA test should not be compulsory for everybody. It should not be optional. When there are issues of doubt, then DNA cannot clear that doubt of paternity questions. So the point I'm making is that DNA came to solve a particular situation where people had doubt on the paternity position of their kids. And we find out from results that most time the DNA prove 99.9% no paternity. So we have also found out that DNA comes out to say that paternity correct. So the point I'm making is that DNA should not be made compulsory by government. DNA should be the last resort to clear doubt when there are issues of trust. It's very important. Okay, so that's the reason why we encourage couple. This extramarital activity can actually lead to this issue of doubt. When there is trust in marriage, you've married your wife, you have cohabited and begin to raise children, the issue of DNA would never come up. Yes, but when there are this issue of cohabiting extramarital activities, you will discover that when there are issues, that will come in. Secondly, we have seen that, a child is sick, come and donate blood. And at the end of the day, the blood is not matching. What do we do? Then those are questions of that. So we have also seen situations. This guy was sick. The child, 5 years old, took the child to the hospital. The father was to donate blood. They tested the blood is not matching. It was questioning. And after the shouts and all of what that comes through all of that, the woman also did a DNA and discovered that it was not also her. And when they now went back to where they discovered there was mistake from when the child was given birth to, they had mistakenly exchanged that child. And because the woman knew herself, the woman insisted and went through all the rigorous, and they were able to find those people who they gave birth same time in that same facility, and they find her own child. So the DNA naturally cannot be ruled out. There are issues of doubt that it has come to solve. So this is my position. Number one, it cannot now be a must that you just have your child go and do DNA. No, it will create doubt when such an accusation against the wife. After the result, such marriage can no longer be as it used to be, because there's already doubt, there's already breakdown of trust, and one of the power of marriage is trust. So we must ensure that this trust base is kept. It is only when the trust is no longer there, then the paternity test becomes very important.
Emotional relationship security. The intention to trap a partner, keep a relationship together, or create a two-parent household. This is where the woman picks on any man of her choice that she felt will be able to stand the test when she gets pregnant, not minding that she's already in a relationship with another man that she intends to get married to, or she's already a married woman living in her husband's house. This may not be the same for every woman, because we have most women in Nigeria that respect relationship and of course respect the tenets of marriage, irrespective of the pressure built upon by society and family to bear male children or still to have children. Other case is uncertainty and concealment. In case where the mother is unsure of the biological father, she may choose a partner to be the legal father. This goes for women with multiple sexual partners. They may not know the guy that got them pregnant. On realizing they are pregnant, they choose from the retinue of sexual partners, especially the one they feel is financially stable and responsible to be the father of their unborn child. Cultural factors. Pressure to have children, particularly male children, in some cultures can drive women to hide the true paternity. This can happen in a traditional setting when the line of succession must be maintained. In order to maintain the lineage of the throne, some women will go out of their way to bear a male child or children to maintain the rulership of the clan. The question that is somewhat difficult to answer is whether families should be encouraged to go for paternity tests when the children are born to prevent a foreseen heartache. To ensure clarity in raising a family, a man is sure of. Another nagging thought is how many Nigerians can afford the money to go for a paternity test. It's quite expensive, and an average Nigerian will not be able to foot the bill for a child paternity test, talk less of 2 or 3 children. With a high level of infidelity in Nigerian society today, how can a man secure his home without doubt, know for sure that the children he's fathering are his? There are causes and effects, actions and reactions are equal and opposite. Men, if you must travel out of the country, try everything within your power to take your wife along. After some months or years, let it not be for too long. Women, the choices you have to make as a mother goes a long way to affect the family. Maintain your dignity as a woman or a mother. Put your emotions in check no matter the pressure. Family members, do not put undue pressure on the husband or wife because of the absence of children in your son's marriage. Remember, be it male or female child, they are all gifts from God. Do not put yourself under undue pressure because you want a male child. Men have died of heartache or heart attack on realizing that the children they raised as their children were never theirs. Families shattered on finding out that though they grew up together, did everything together for a long time, were never of the same father. Look, current families in Nigeria today, men are divided beyond recognition as the battle for paternity is tearing the fabric of the society apart. Trust dashed, love thrown out of the window, husbands and wives of dagger drawn, children confused on how to relate with the man they once called father. In all of this commotion, some men do not mind if the kid is theirs as long as they were the ones that the child gets to call father. Men have died of heartache or heart attack on realizing that the children they raised as their children were never theirs. Families shattered on finding out that though they grew up together, did everything together for a long time, were never of the same father. Look around families in Nigeria today. Men are divided beyond recognition as the battle for paternity is tearing the fabric of the society apart. Trust dashed, love thrown out of the window, husband and wives as dagger drawn, children confused on how to relate with the man they once called their father. In all of this commotion, some men do not mind if the kid is not theirs as long as they were the ones that the child gets to call father. Some families choose to bury such dark secrets to keep the family together by living with the pains of betrayal in each of their waking days. As for the ones that cannot take it, they had to court for divorce or return the bride price of the woman if the wedding was based on tradition. Look at that son or daughter of yours. Is he or she truly your blood as a father, as a mother? Look at him or her very well. Is he truly the son or daughter of your husband? That man you call father, is it truly your father? Don't you think it's better to go for a paternity test? Who's your daddy? Who's your dada? Who's your pappy? Don't you think as a child you need to know who your father is? Wilson Omasho reporting.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
Hello there. It is my delight to have you again join us this lovely Sunday on the program News Review. I am Deborah Iviogbe for thanking you so much for joining us. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu January Konda Review met with United Kingdom Prime Minister in London in a high-level bilateral engagement aimed at strengthening Nigeria-UK relations and boosting economic collaboration. The meeting culminated into signing of several memorandum of understanding and agreements spanning trade, investment, defense and cultural cooperation.
This is the arrival of President Bola Tinubu and First Lady Remi Tinubu in a carriage procession that brings them into the quadrangle inside Windsor Castle, where a military band with careful symmetry paraded on a checkerboard lawn. The President and First Lady, wearing traditional robes, were given the ceremonial grandeur of a royal welcome. There was a grand salute, national anthem were played, guards were inspected, and the household cavalry kicked up dust as they paraded inside the castle in front of a viewing stand by the king and queen and their visitors. President Bola Tinubu and First Lady Remi Tinubu had been met earlier by Prince William and Catherine, who is the Princess of Wales, before being escorted to formally meet with the King and the Queen. When the royal host and their visitors went inside the castle, they viewed Nigerians' items from the royal collection, including a Yoruba throne, sculpture paintings, and manuscript of a poem by Sir Ben Okri. Official gifts were exchanged. President Tinubu and First Lady Remi Tinubu were given handcrafted poetry, a silver photo frame containing a picture of the king and queen, and a silver and enamel bowl. In return, the king and the queen were given a traditional Yoruba statue and jewelry bust featuring the face of important Nigerian women. The couple will also attend an interfaith event designed to build bridges between religions. On Thursday, Mrs. Remi Tinubu, who is an ordained pastor, is set to preach at the service at Lambeth Palace and meet representatives from the Church of England. Ikharo Atta, ITV News.
President Bola Ahmed Tinubu January Konda Review urged Nigerians to uphold unity, pace and enduring values of Ramadan as Muslim faithful across the country celebrate Eid al-Fitr's festival with prayers and reflection. The president made the call on Friday shortly after observing the 2 Rakah Eid prayers at the Dodan Barracks Eid ground in Lagos.
Despite his early morning return from United Kingdom, President Bola Tinubu joined Muslim faithfuls at Dodan Barracks for the Eid prayers. The prayer was led by the Grand Chief Imam of Lagos, Sheikh Suleiman Abu Nola, who urged Muslims in his sermon to uphold piety, good character, and peaceful coexistence as enduring lessons of Ramadan teaching. He says the essence of Ramadan lays in living according to the dictates of the Quran and the Sunnah of the Prophet, peace be upon him, stressing discipline and moral responsibility in daily conduct. Speaking to journalists after the prayers, President Bola Tinubu thanked Allah for guiding Muslims through Ramadan, noting that the holy month instilled enduring values of sacrifice, compassion, discipline, and love for humanity among faithfuls, urging Nigerians to remain committed to kindness, good conduct, and sustained support for vulnerable individuals across communities nationwide beyond the season.
We must continue, not because of the Ramadan has come and is over. We thank Almighty God for giving us that month. But the teaching must continue even after Ramadan. We must continue to be of our brother's keeper, good behavior, good neighbors, love to humanity.
Dignitaries that observed the Eid prayer with President Bola Tinubu at Dodan Barracks include Deputy Governor of Lagos State, Obafemi Hamzat, National Security Advisor Malam Nuhu Ribadu, Chief of Staff to the President Femi Gbajabiamila, and former Inspector General of Police Musliu Smith, amongst others. Ikaro Atta, ITV News.
Abakom in Edo State reported that the Governor of Edo State, Senator Monday Okpebholo, says his administration is committed to driving sustainable development through the well-being of the people, while urging Muslims to utilize the lessons of self-discipline, peace, unity, and selflessness of Ramadan. The leadership of the Muslim community was led on the Salah homage by the Chief Imam of Benin Central Mosque, Alhaji Abdul Fattah in Abulele. In the same vein, we reported during the week on Review that Yesama of Benin said Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawa Igbeneghu felicitated with Muslims on the successful completion of the Ramadan fast. In a goodwill message to mark the Eid al-Fitr celebration, His Excellency said Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawa Igbeneghu, Yesama of Benin, congratulated Muslim faithful for their devotion, discipline, and commitment throughout the holy month of Ramadan. He commended Muslims for their prayers, sacrifice, and perseverance, noting that the spiritual exercise promotes self-discipline, love, and unity among adherents. Chief Igbeneghu urged the Muslim woman to sustain the virtues of peace, tolerance, and generosity imbibed during Ramadan, stressing the need for continued prayers for the unity and progress of Nigeria. Yesama of Benin also called on Nigerians, irrespective of religious differences, to embrace peaceful coexistence and work collaboratively towards national development. Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawa Igbeneghu further wished all Muslims a joyous and peaceful Eid al-Fitr celebration. Still on Eid al-Fitr celebration, we reported during the week on Review that residents of Benin City witnessed heightened security presence on Thursday last week as the Edo State Police Command, in collaboration with the Nigerian Army, Nigerian Air Force, and the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, staged a high-visibility show of force across major streets of the state capital. The exercise, which signals zero tolerance for threats to public safety, is aimed at reassuring residents and deterring criminal activities ahead of the Eid al-Fitr celebrations.
The Edo State Commissioner of Police, Monday Agbonika, alongside the commander of 107 Air Maritime Group of the Nigerian Air Force Benin, Air Commodore Eze Onu, the commander of the Nigerian Army's 4 Brigade Benin, Brigadier General Ahmed Balogun, and the commanders of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, Akintayo Ainla, led the exercise. A convoy of patrol vehicles with fully deployed personnel moved through the city in a coordinated and organized manner, drawing the attention of residents and motorists who observed the visible display of security presence and operational readiness. Speaking during the exercise, CP Monday Agbonika stated that although over 4,000 personnel have been deployed ahead of the Salah celebrations, the show of force is specifically designed to reassure residents and encourage them to go about their lawful activities without fear.
We are making a very strong statement. We want the members of the public to know that the area is safe, the Edo State is safe. They can go about celebrating the Salah and the Easter that is upcoming without any fear of or hindrance or any fear of intimidation of whatever kind. We are raiding all the black spots. We are also carrying out operations against kidnappers, against cultists. A lot of other operations are going on. But the particular operation you are witnessing now is just the show of force, just to let them know that we are capable and that we are together.
The message from security agencies remains clear. Operatives are on high alert and there will be no room for disruption as Muslims across the state mark Eid al-Fitr. From Benin, Jola Diojo, ITV News.
The Deputy Chairman of the Board of ITV and Radio and former Governor of Edo State, Chief Lakin Osaka Igbeneghu, commended the management of Independent Television and Radio for sustaining the station's reputation as one of the leading broadcast organizations in Nigeria, particularly in the South-South region. Chief Igbenedion gave the commendation on Monday last week when the management team of ITV and Radio, led by the Managing Director, Engineer Elvis Obaseki, paid him a courtesy visit and appreciation in his house.
The visit was to express appreciation to the Vice Chairman for his consistent support to the station over the year, including his role in facilitating the rebuilding of the burnt administrative block at the nation's communication complex in Igosa, Oloko, Benin City. In his remarks, Chief Lucky Igbenedion described ITV and Radio as a flagship media organization that many Nigerians rely on for credible information and for setting the standard for societal development.
The administrative building, if your environment is not conducive to work, your output is very low. But one thing I know, or that I've observed in our client, we lack maintenance culture. We must change that attitude. We must learn to maintain what is around us. You don't have to wait for a cleaner to come and sweep before you pick a piece of paper or plastic bottle off the ground, if you see it. Because once you as a manager is doing that, the junior staff will automatically follow your footsteps.
He also expressed satisfaction with the steady growth and progress of the station as it prepares to mark its 29th anniversary celebration, scheduled for April 15, 2026.
Now you are going to get a robust working environment in terms of that administrative, the way you can have your offices and also this theater, which I'm glad to say you are going to put to good use. Because that is what you also draw the crowd to you, the theater. When you are going to do live activities, programming, broadcasting, we were saying once a month. I'm sure with time to turn to once a week.
Speaking earlier, the Managing Director of ITV and Radio, Engineer Elvis Obaseki, said the visits became necessary in recognition of Chief Igbenedion's immense support and encouragement, which have contributed significantly to the station's continued expansion and achievements in the broadcast industry.
A couple of months back, what we would have termed as a negative and unpleasant incident happened at communication complex in Oloko, when the fire botted media. But after your visit, and on the 2nd of November at our retreat, you made a pronouncement that you will give us back the building that we lost. Our expectations was not what we are seeing there now. And in the course of also planning towards the use of that gift that you have given on to us, we found out that we cannot have a theater that we never planned for us at the last quarter of 2025 and not think of how to use it. The idea of having a theater in that building was entirely yours.
The Managing Director was accompanied on the visit by members of the management team, including the Executive Director of Finance and Administration, Lady Celerina Ojomo, Executive Director Operations, Chief Elder Ugbede Uhunwonsi, Director of Radio, Pastor Dan Omosusi, and General Manager Special Duties, Abiodun Mudashiru, among other senior staff. From Benin, Fosa Wangwe, ITV News.
In case you're just joining us, the program is News Review. We'll go on a quick break. When we return, the program News Review will continue. Please stay tuned. Thank you so much for staying tuned to the program News Review. Now moving on, the other state government during the week on diary review assured students of its commitment to a safe and secured learning environment, urging them to always speak out against bullying and other forms of intimidations in schools. The Permanent Secretary, Edo State Ministry of Education, Mrs. Edith Ebomoyi, gave the assurance during a visit to Igbenedion Education Center located at Moitala Mohammed Way in Benin City, following a viral video showing a student being assaulted by fellow students.
It is really, really heartbreaking. This incident is very, very sad. Don't ever see yourself as weak if you speak out.
On arrival at the school, Mrs. Ebonwoyi met with concerned parents who had gathered to learn about the outcome of the incident. She appealed to them to remain calm, noting that the state government has constituted a 5-member investigative committee to thoroughly examine the incident and recommend measures to prevent a reoccurrence.
I'm also a parent like you. I want to just assure you, we are on the matter. I've just addressed the students. We're going back to do our own thorough investigation.
Narrating the circumstances surrounding the incident, the acting principal of Igbinedion Education Center, Mr. Celestine Iteku, explained that the situation began on March 6, 2026, when a female student allegedly displayed unruly behavior and verbally insulted a parent within the school premises. He said the son of the insulted parent, along with some other students, later lured the female student's brother to a secluded area within the school and assaulted him. An incident captured in the video that later went viral. Mr. Iteku added that the school had earlier taken disciplinary action by suspending the female student before the assault occurred.
We were all shocked. Is it as a result of that matter that have been addressed by the school, and we summoned the parents of the two students, the culprits, and we summoned the parents and they all came. The boy they had beaten up, we sent him to the hospital, Igbinedion University Teaching Hospital, where he was referred to Summit Renner and carry out X-ray, and they gave him a clean bill of health.
Also speaking, the special advisor to the Edo State Government on Education, Barrister Vincent Akere, urged teachers and school administrators to enforce strict disciplinary measures against bullying and other social vices. He emphasized that Governor Monday Okpebholo's administration maintains zero tolerance for bullying and related misconduct in schools.
I want to beg you teachers, dear teachers, to be open and doing. You must take these children as your children. In other words, you stand in loco parentis to these children.
In her remarks, the Director of Administration of Igbinedion Education Center, Pastor Angela Igbinedion, reiterated that the institution maintains a strict policy against bullying, violence, and disrespectful behavior among students.
As far as they're in school here, we're pulling them out and we're also taking them through the same process of investigation. But like I said, when this matter of assault between the parents and the student was reported to us on Friday the 6th, the people involved and the girl that was holding the parents' club was immediately suspended.
The delegation, accompanied by the school management, later toured part of the school facility, including the location where the incident reportedly occurred. From Benin, Joy Obaisiagbon, ITV News.
From Borno State came the report John Wikonda reviewed. The authorities say at least 23 persons were killed, while 146 others sustained injuries in multiple explosions that rocked Maiduguri, the Borno State capital, on Monday night. The Borno State Police Public Relations Officer, ASP Nahum Kenneth Dasu, confirmed that joint security operatives and emergency responders have been deployed to the affected areas.
Maiduguri residents were still reeling from a Sunday night attack on military location at Ajilari, an outskirts of the city, when the latest incident occurred. The triple suicide bomb blast struck the entrance gate of the University of Maiduguri Teaching Hospital, Monday Market, and the post office area of the ancient city, all within Maiduguri, the Borno State capital. The Borno State Police Command Public Relations Officer Nahum Dasho, who confirmed the incident, said the attack was carried out by suspected suicide bombers. Authorities say at least 23 persons were killed, while over 140 others sustained injuries in the explosion.
At around 7 p.m. to between 7 p.m. to 8 p.m., when we recorded 3 suspected suicide bomb incidents that happened at Maiduguri Monday Market, post office area, and in front of University of Maiduguri Teaching Hospital. The Commissioner of Police, Borno State Command, CP Nazir Abdulmajid, PSC, directed the Borno State Police Command EOD team to ensure they are on ground, in which they've commenced a sweeping operation, and no secondary device was found at the scene.
The Borno police spokesman, while advising residents to remain calm but vigilant, said the explosive ordnance disposal unit has been deployed to the scenes for assessment.
Ensure that if we are going to crowded places, such as markets, schools, and our various worship centers, the police EOD team are going to ensure that we scan everybody who are going to enter these worship centers or large gatherings. We also want to draw their attention if you sight any suspicious objects, bags or nylons who are kept at isolated areas. Please ensure that you report to us through our emergency contact. I also want to make the members of the public to understand that as of now, the situation is calm. Normalcy has been restored within these areas.
Police say normalcy has been restored with security presence intensified around the strategic locations. John Dana, ITV News.
The 70th birthday celebration of Professor Lawrence Ezemoye, Vice-Chancellor of Nigeria's premier private university, Igbinedion University Okada, reached a dazzling high point as the Chancellor in Isamar of Benin said Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawa Igbinedion presented him with a luxury car gift. A grand presentation, which took place on the university campus, was witnessed by an array of dignitaries, community leaders, and well-wishers from across the country.
Former Governor of Edo State and eldest son of the Isamar of Benin, His Excellency Chief Lucky Nosakaye Igbinedion, performed the presentation, handing over the car key to Professor Ezemoye on behalf of the Chancellor of Igbinedion University Okada and Isamar of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawa Igbinedion, amid cheers. The Isamar of Benin and chief host, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawa Igbinedion, renowned for his generosity and flair for excellence, described the gift as a token of appreciation for the celebrant's achievement in positioning Igbinedion University as a global brand.
The university have done their best. Wonderful young man. I'm so happy for his life.
The sleek, state-of-the-art vehicle, gleaming under the sunlight, drew admiration from guests, while cultural performances by the Inner Theatre Troupe and students of the university's Theatre Arts Department kept the audience entertained. Renowned performer Peter the Rock, a scion of the late Sir Victor Waifo, also thrilled guests with a musical performance. Professor Lawrence Ezemoye, a man whose life reflects impact and excellence, was visibly overwhelmed with joy.
Your Excellency, in all our applications, your generosity, your political disposition, your kindness, has already won, not just you.
In heartfelt tribute, dignitaries including the Managing Director of ITV Radio, Engineer Elvis Obaseki, alongside other academics, praised the celebrant's outstanding leadership and also commended the Isamar of Benin for the remarkable gesture.
Putting together the brain behind the event and the reason for the celebration, I think it was a great outing.
I wish him the best of luck. I wish him many more years of good health of mind and body.
The Vice Chancellor has worked so hard. We all know that he's an extremely determined person.
This is groundbreaking. It can only be done by Isamar of the universe. Our Chancellor, Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawa Igbinedion, we pray that God will continue to strengthen him in good health.
I just thank God that he brought my husband here, Professor Lawrence Ikechukwu Ezemoye, and used him to the best of his ability. And I just want to say thank you so much to the Igbinedion household.
The car presentation marked the highlight of the celebration as the serene campus of Igbinedion University Okada came alive with festivities, with guests sharing in the joy of the occasion. Jola Diojo, ITV News.
Also in the week, we reported that Vice President Kashif Shettima, former President Olusegun Obasanjo and Goodluck Jonathan on Tuesday last week attended the second term inauguration of Governor Chukwuma Soludo of Anambra State. The Vice President, Senator Kashim Shettima, applauded Anambra State Governor Charles Soludo's contribution to nation building during the event.
Professor Charles Chukwuma Soludo, CFR, do solemnly swear that I will be faithful.
That was Anambra State Governor Charles Chukwuma Soludo taking his oath of office and allegiance for a second term in office. Dignitaries who attended the inauguration include former President Olusegun Obasanjo and Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, former Secretary General of the Commonwealth, Chief Emeka Anyankwu, former Governor of Anambra State, Dr. Chris Wambweze Ngige, Deputy Governors of Delta, Kaduna, Enugu, and Abia States, and the Ooni of Ife, Oba Adeyeye Ogunwusi, amongst others. Speaking, Vice President Kashim Shettima, who represented President Bola Tinubu at the inauguration and swearing in, says Governor Soludo has helped in fostering unity, strengthening Nigeria's political, economic, and social institutions with his practical commentaries on the state of the nation. He described Professor Soludo as a man of ideas and honor who, despite coming into politics at a time many politicians had started mortgaging integrity for relevance and sowing seeds of discord, had remained committed to national growth and development.
Professor Soludo has shown too that it is possible to see beyond the general shenanigans that so often pass for politics in our climate, and to keep pace with the higher calling of public life.
In his inauguration speech, Governor Soludo expressed determination to serve the state with all seriousness, promising that his team will build on the achievement made in his first tenure with transformation and development as the main agenda.
Over the next 4 years in the Anambra, we are changing to Gear 4 to consolidate the ongoing transformation across all sectors, accelerate actions to secure the spaces and pillars for the prosperity of generations yet unborn, and institutionalize change within a build-to-last framework.
Governor Soludo also said Anambra had witnessed a lot of progress in health, education, financial, agricultural, and many other sectors. Ikaro Atta, ITV News.
Without reports, we call it a wrap on today's edition of the program News Review. Do not forget to keep a date to test next week Sunday. We shall be bringing you the program News Review again. I am Deborah Iviogbe for now. See you next week. Do have a wonderful week ahead. Bye for now.
Certainly the best. certainly the best.
Also, waiting they happen.
Now you can see our Muslim brothers and sisters looking so beautiful. How are you? Happy smarting. So after fasting for 30 days, I agree to Hawa. So happy Day Fitri. And they want to ask them, what will be the importance of this fasting, this Ramadan? I agree to. I'll be smart, you know.
kan majikinku ga mai dauka wai dai ya zo nan da zakiru ya ce muna mu muke hodi mun hada mishi ko arne ne Allah shi dai ne in ka rike Allah shi dai ka da shakka kan raba shi biyu ka yi asara in ka dauke wallahi shi dai babu asara ko da yaushe dai in ka rike kace Allah to zai baka in kace to bai baka in kace shi to zai baka kace karo zai kara ma ba shi da rewa ya Muhammadu domin dinta wa ga duniya ya Muhammadu dan lahira ya Muhammadu to haka shi dai ya ga muna tun dai yace in ka dauke wallahi shi dai babu asara ko da yaushe dai okay
Citizens of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, anywhere you there for Nigeria, we must continue to thank everybody for the time that they watch us. However, we must continue to thank all our Muslims and brothers and sisters all over the world. The truth of the matter be saying, tribe, not no religion. Edo man, they will be Muslim. Igbo man, they will be Muslim. Hausa man, they will be Muslim. Urobo man, they will be Muslim. Ijaw man, they will be Muslim. So you can say the Muslim religion. You don't know your tribe, but we must continue to thank Allah. My God, how far now? Come now, congratulations. What will be the importance of this fasting, this Ramadan to you?
This fasting, you get many importance for Muslim life. Because this water, even you get what they worry you for your body. So if you do fasting, that thing you go come out for your body, all of them.
My brothers and sisters, we must continue to thank everybody. Greet all Muslims all over Nigeria. We don't see them say religion, no tribe. Benin man, they will be Muslim. Igbo man, they will be Muslim. Auchi person, they will be Muslim. Hausa person, they will be Muslim. Yoruba person, they will be Muslim. Auntie, welcome. And they ask Muslims, what will be the importance of this Ramadan? What will be the importance of this fasting? But we don't see them say, all over the world, anywhere you see Muslim, they fast. But what will be the importance? That's why I come.
Very important to fast. Very, very important.
I agree to everything. I tell you, I say, some people say now, Hausa people or Arab people be Muslim. Benin man, they will be Muslim. Igbo man, they will be Muslim. Kogi man, they will be Muslim. Yoruba person, they will be Muslim. How you did?
Very well.
And you and your children be this. Yeah. What will be this? What will be the importance of this fasting to you for this month of June?
Well, the fasting is to purify ourselves. During the period of fasting, you abstain from every kind of sin. You understand? Every kind of sin where we say say it's not good. That period will now be like a training for you. Train yourself for 1 month. Then you now use that training to live in the rest part of the month so that you become holy.
Which tribe you be?
I be Esako.
Esako?
Yeah.
Let me say religion, no tribe.
No, every tribe. Even Igbo Muslim be. All tribe.
But during this fasting, you and your children will not quarrel, or you and your wife will not quarrel?
No, not at all. Not at all. We know they quarrel before, not to talk of even fasting.
Then they say fast to
yes, they fasted. They fasted. You know, during the period when they no go school, when they get holiday, they now join me in the fast. So,
during this fasting, no go take meat pie.
That is after the period of the fast.
No, from in the morning.
From in the morning, from around about 6 o'clock to 7 in the evening.
Nothing.
Nothing
go enter this.
No water, nothing.
Hungry go beat me, oh.
Nah, so you're not training.
Congratulations, eh? Correct. I thank Almighty Allah for the time you take carry us come here.
Everybody that started fasting, we are able to make it. At this point too.
The man they want to talk, he said no be everybody will start this fasting film make come. But what will be the importance of this fasting?
It is a month of Ramadan. We all can attest to it. That in this month of Ramadan, to a great extent, with all those good things we are doing, I want to also advise us too that the less privileged, we should not forget them. I know that most of us have paid our zakat fitri, which is very compulsory on every individual that have the means. And I want to also urge us that let's relate in our means. Let us continue to be happy then. It is not only in the month of Ramadan you carry out charity. It should be a continuous thing.
You see, we just come here to thank God for the uncountables and abundance where we don't bestow on us. We can't thank God well. It's not easy to fast for 1 full month. You see, they are like, but some people not finish out. Let me talk now. Some don't fall with them. Some not survive. Some the hospital now. Because it's not easy. We will survive now. We can't thank God. So you do well. And with the appeal to all Nigerians, and with the appeal to us, we need to live peacefully. This killing is uncalled for. You know, God not the appeal with us. That's why we think they hard us now, because they don't tell to kill ourselves. We not get value for human life, and most importantly, we beg our leaders. This lukewarm attitude, this lackadaisical attitude, God will ask all of them, because yes, sir, God will ask them, because God put them, they protect Nigeria, and they protect themselves. Nigerians they kill, they say they don't fit do anything. Why people they engage in jungle justice? Not because of the way people you kill their person, no justice, no equity, no fair play. So that's why they take us into their hands. So me they beg government, may they do the right thing, do the needful. Okay. This same Allah, na be Osaloboa. Na be God, na be Osaloboa. God, as the way God take create different tribes. Now so the way they take the call am, now so they take Dema. We Muslims, the Arabs, now we they call am Allah. English they call am God. Benin they call am Osanu Dazi, Osanu Odua, Osanu Dazi, Osanu Boa. Chineke. Maybe Chineke for you. Maybe Hausa na Ubanjidi. So when you say Allah, make anybody know the fears. Now say I want to know. This religion. Yes. It get any tribe? No. As we dey every the question again. No. Everybody there here. You know see when we dey pray just now, we dey measure the head of each tribe. After I pray. From Edo, Esan from Edo, I pray. Yoruba will pray. Hausa pray. This man, Hausa man, now if I give sermon that time, me na Benin, we don't like that. We call Benin, man, may pray to all of us. No. Congratulations. Thank you, my brother. What ربنا واتنا ما وعدتنا لرسلك ولا
waiting they have.
Importance of this Ramadan to Muslims.
Yes, well, if let me just summarize it.
You bring out that. You know, speak English. Bring out to pidgin. Okay. Chief of staff.
Okay. This is period for we Muslims to be spiritually close to Almighty Allah, to practice the sayings and the doings of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. What are these practices? What are these doing? What did he do while he was alive? Peaceful coexistence. He lived well among his people. So we are asking for tolerance, for peaceful coexistence, and for cooperation among all divides. So for us, we wish every Edo person Eid Mubarak. And may God sustain us to see more of this celebration.
Does this religion have any tribal influence?
No, not at all. This is purely a religion that is perfected by Allah.
Of Ramadan is a very special month to all the Muslims. It's one of the we have five pillars in Islam. These 5 pillars in Islam, fasting the month of Ramadan is one of it. This is the month that Almighty Allah revealed the Holy Quran. This is the month. Inside this very month of Ramadan, there is a special night they call the night of Laylatul Qadr. It's a very powerful night. If you are able to worship in that very month, it's more than a place that worship for 1,000 months, which is about 83 years. So it's very important that.
Auntie, how you doing? How is everything now? What will be the important?
Thank you for your
fasting.
Brief and excellent address to the Muslim.
Come again. I said, what will be the importance of this Ramadan? This fasting to you?
To me, my own opinion. So now for the redeem,
I want to call on our Sheikh.
We fast for this Ramadan to show love.
Edo State.
Number one, to show love to our neighbor and to everybody, whether you be Muslim, whether you not be Muslim, to show love. Then, if you get anything when they bother you, now the time when you're supposed to bring out to Almighty Allah.
Baba, you are welcome.
To bring out to Almighty Allah, so that Almighty Allah will forgive you.
During this month of Ramadan, during the fasting, you and your husband and your children under the quarrel.
Hey, I not go fit say we not go quarrel. We go quarrel immediately. You go forgive, because you know if you say because say you dey fast, when picking do bad, may you not scold them. You must correct them. So after that one, you move on again.
How the food matter?
The food matter now. We dey chop now normally.
They say in the morning, say they fast no go chop.
Yes, now you break out for money. You fast for money.
No, from when?
In the morning for 4:50. You don't fast.
Don't start up.
Don't start up. Till 6:50
in the evening.
In the evening.
I not do what? I not take no. Pie.
No.
I not take shawarma.
No.
I not chop rice.
No. No. You know what take. So when that time we will come break the fast.
What will be your message to all Muslim brothers and sisters, especially the Muslim women?
Make we learn how to show love to one another. May we not discriminate. May we not say some Muslims come from Hausa, some come from Auchi, come from Edo. All of us to be one. They will not.
What is she they talk to the talk to say? You don't say religion, no tribe.
No.
Muslim man they will be Bini.
Yes,
Muslim woman they will be Bini.
Me na Bisha.
Esa wehi.
Kakabo.
Esa oye.
Oh yeah.
Waiting they happen.
Happy family.
Alhamdulillah.
What will be the importance of this Ramadan to you? Because everybody gets in your own way. Some people start the fasting, they not end up. But to you, what will be the importance?
First thing we first talk, we say Alhamdulillah. We give thanks to God who has created us for making us see today. And I also say, we thank God for giving us the opportunity to witness today. It's not easy. A lot of us start this fasting during the middle. Some leave us. Some don't even get the ability to start. But as I said today, don't reach. We give God the glory. Say Alhamdulillah. Say we see today, and may give us the ability to witness more of these kind of days in our life. May continue to make them better for us. As today come, may give us the ability, the goodness of today to all our society, make it for better for us. The kidnapping, the killy, and the bad government, may God flush them with this kind of prayer. May flush them away, make it help our society be a better place. Because my brother, it's not easy, but at the end of the day, we still say Alhamdulillah.
They say religion, no tribe. Now where are you from? Come, which tribe you pick?
I be Benin, who are you?
Oh, yeah, the way.
Oh, where the way?
I tell her those that say religion, don't know where you from. Come.
Who see me no go believe that I be Benin? My name na Enofi. This na my picking. Esusa say. But if you say my Muslim name na Ahmed, you na Ayman. So religion no get tribe. Religion no even get tradition. So far you just worship your God. Inshallah, Allah will answer our prayer.
It's a spiritual upliftment. It's a spiritual retreat for enable us to at least seek for forgiveness for the sins that we committed knowingly and unknowingly, and to bless us if it is a good thing that we are looking for that has not reached us. This is an opportunity for us to at least beg Allah to give it to us. So it's a spiritual exercise. It's a time for you to rejuvenate your energy towards the worship of your Maker. Because this period, there's a night during the Ramadan that is more than 1,000 nights. If you are able to worship on that night, you'll be equivalent to somebody who has worshipped for a period of 1,000 years. So if you are opportune to witness the night of power, that's the night of Laylatul Qadr,
will be equivalent to somebody who has worshipped for over 1,000 years. And your record is straight.
The same religion, not get tribe. Which tribe you be?
I'm from Auchi, Esako. Congratulations. Thank you.
You know, a get tribe? Tribe? Whether tribe?
No. It is the time Almighty Allah brought his Quran to this world. This period of Ramadan. So no tribe. No tribe at all.
Muslim.
More than
Igbo Mafi be Muslim.
Everybody.
Let me say not be only Hausa.
No. It's wrong because in those days they used to say Islam belongs to Gabari. No, it is not so because it's meant for all tribes. Like in Saudi Arabia now, you have Igbo there. Or India, you have Muslim there. America, you have a Muslim. You have a Palestine, you have Muslim. I have gone to Mecca 3 times. And all these people come there. Yemen, they all come to you. Because Almighty Allah said, go. And it's the only Islam that you can see that is spread worldwide compared with other Islam.
That's your own opinion.
I'm even expecting you to become a Muslim. And you will be a Muslim. Inshallah.
Daddy, how are you?
Don General.
I greet you, Daddy. How many years now have you been a Muslim?
Till the day God created me.
Till now?
Yes.
What is the importance of this Ramadan to Muslims?
This Ramadan, Allah demanded for it to fast for Him. That is why worldwide it's being carried. It's to defeat Satan. It's to make people to realize that there is God. Only one God. Kalma Shahada, La ilaha illallah. Muhammad Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
Is this same Allah you call Salobua?
Yes.
Is this same Allah you call Chineke?
Yes.
Is this same
Listen
Allah?
Listen to me. No one has any other language than Allah, God. The language you speak detonate for you what you want to call me. The language you speak detonate the language you want to call him. That's why Benin say Osalobua, Igbo say Chineke, Hausa say Allah, Chineke, Igbo. Don General, he knows his language.
That means this religion not get tribe.
Not get tribe, he's even looking for Don General to become a
So as you are laughing now, Allah is looking at your mind, not looking your teeth. And He will change you one day. Not changing you to become bad. Change you to only one God. That's what we call Kalmo Shad.
Okay, citizens of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, we must continue to thank everybody for the time they watch us for ITV, they watch us online for Facebook, for YouTube, anywhere you day, and they for Benin City, Edo State, South Nigeria. You don't see I'm saying all Muslims all over the world, for Nigeria, for Africa, they thank Baba Allah for what He don't do. However, not forget say the fasting. The month of Ramadan, now the month where we say they take the fast. So many Muslims they start this fasting. Why some not finish them? But for those of them who finish them, they thank Allah. But they ask them, what will be the importance of this Ramadan? Because they see I'm saying every year, Muslims, Muslim women, Muslim men, youth, all of them they gather. For 1 month, they go, they fast, they thank Baba God, they tell Baba God so many things. But I think where they pray now, where they don't gather, make I ask them, what will be the importance of this Ramadan?
Waiting they happen. Waiting they happen.
Oh boy, this religion, is they hear any tribe? Is they hear any tribe?
You know they hear any tribe. Oh, every tribe. Now they inside.
Benima na Muslim.
Is for now me na Benima. Oviedo in Abulele. In Abulele, the son of Inabulele. So the chief imam na Inabulele. The authority people they be Benin.
So this religion not here.
You know all the tribe for Nigeria they inside. Hausa they inside. Yoruba they inside. Igbo they inside. Go Igbo land. You go see big men they read Quran for head. Then our people Yoruba, Igbo, all of them they inside. Benin they inside. Kogi they inside.
So not be inside. That's Hausa people now be Muslim.
No, if you see me now, they'll say I be Hausa man. I not be Hausa man. I be Benin man.
Okay.
Yes. Why
can
I
be important?
Yes.
They will not see any Ramadan another day.
Oh, Salobua wa mwere ona wo kina na ni maya gbawe ni maya pakpe won. Akpe won nínú undo wo ko ma yakin we to bubu won ko kin owo ko mekin. No maya Salobua wa we mara ti gbawe oke opa. Salobua we o ko ni ma uya. Yan ya bima. Then yi mark no ho my agun we na bego Salobua. Ah, you know.
For those people who know the Yebini, what do you talk us now?
Who know the Yebini? Say Allah now give us say make we dey fast for 1 month. If you fast all the sins where you don't commit, Allah will say you go forgive am. Osanu Dazi your way about he will forgive you. Then after that one, he go come make you clean, he go come dey holy. If you dey pray, the prayer go direct to Allah.
He go
just Allah will just take am. He go just pour, yes, you know the waste time.
Importance of this Ramadan to you and your family?
Alhamdulillah. This Ramadan is a month of blessing. We thank Almighty Allah as we do the successful Ramadan. Today we are celebrating the Eid. Alhamdulillah, Rabbil Alameen. We pray Almighty Allah to give us good health. For us to see the next Ramadan, because it's only we don't know tomorrow if we will see the next Ramadan.
During the fasting?
Yes.
You and your husband no quarrel?
No. During the fasting, we no quarrel. Why we no quarrel, be say, it's a month of blessing. Yeah. No matter what husband do, wife, you have to take patience. Even if he slap you, you go say thank you, sir. Because this Ramadan, I think me and my husband, we was feeding 150 persons every day. Every day.
During this Ramadan?
Inshallah.
We now feed 150
people every day. Every day, thank you very much.
So, what do make una do that kind of thing now? What will be the reward? Because they expect from Allah?
Because we know that anybody that help open one person that is fasting, the reward for him is that same fasting of that same person. That is why my husband and I did that.
Now you and your husband.
Congratulations.
Where
are the people say she dey look you for television every time?
Yes.
She say this man.
Yes.
When she go look you, she go make sure she concentrate, she watch you. Confirm every time. Now what's no be this?
How important this Ramadan be to you and your family?
My brother, very fantastic. Very important.
Yeah,
very important. The fasting we enjoy and well. I should tell you earlier, for that fasting what we do so. People wear dey my neck, more than 100 and something people. Yes. And I make sure say I satisfy all of them. Inshallah. That's what it be. That's what our Prophet Muhammad asked us to do.
What will be the reward? What will be the reward?
Plenty reward. You're not going to plenty reward day. That is why I make sure say I do am.
Never know you go favor me this way. Favor me this way. Favor me this way. Okay, well done. No. How is everything? Congratulations. What will be the importance of this fasting? What will be the importance of this fasting between you and your family?
Very important, my brother, because it's once in a year. You know, at least in this month of Ramadan, there are a lot of things we are exempting from. You don't, even though you are at least for example, there are some men, there are some Muslims that they say they still go to bar. But no matter what it is, when you say you are participating in Ramadan, in this month of Ramadan, you cease to see anybody around there. Yes, they are exempted from all those things, even gossiping, even mind the things you use your eyes to look. Yes, because it's what your eyes see that your mind will make meanings to, that you will not make moves for.
This your religion, you get tribe. This your religion, you get tribe.
It has no tribe. It's a religion. It's a religion as far as the world is concerned.
That means a Benin man are Muslim.
The chief imam is who? Chief Enabulele is what?
Which
tribe Benin man? I'm from Edo, from Auchi, from Esakot.
So the religion not get tribe.
It has no tribe. The religion is just as the word.
Okay, what it can be your reward now? What it can be your reward after fasting for 30 days?
Yeah, we pray that we use these 30 days to pray for Almighty Allah to forgive us our sins and grant us peace
You just happy with your family, everybody. How's everything now?
We thank God.
Correct.
Thank God.
What will be the importance of this fasting? What will be your reward?
It took plenty. Reward plenty well because once you do it like this, not be only match they fast to. Now body, your eyes, your nose, your ear, your everything they fast. But people go to look and say now only your mouth now they fast. You go to fast, you get some place where you not supposed to look. Where you not pull eye, you get some area you not supposed to pull eye, you remove your eye. So many things there. Not be only belly, you just say they'll say it's just the fat, you know it. No, not be only that one. Now body now they fast. You get some place where you not supposed to even go. If you dey fast. I do say and so it be.
But some people start out, they not finish out.
So not everyone not be the same.
Reward for this fasting. What will be your reward?
We have a lot of reward for fasting in the month of Ramadan.
Why is it important to you?
It is important to me because I'm a Muslim and because God has asked us to fast as Muslims in the month of Ramadan.
Okay, during this fasting, you chop in the morning, afternoon, evening. When you not to chop?
We wake up very early, around 4 or 5, and then we eat, and then we wait till the sunset to break our fast.
This is your religion. Does it have any tribe, any tongue?
No! Anybody can be a Muslim. Which kind of tribe they talk? Anybody can be a Muslim. Be you Hausa, Igbo, Yoruba, Edo. The religion is dynamic. I'm a Yoruba girl.
A Yoruba girl?
Yes.
Congratulations, thank you very much.
What will be the importance of this Ramadan fast?
Well, number one, now for self-resistance, for you to fear God, for you to leave all those bad things where you do, to renew yourself, and the fast is not finished, so you know we'll go back to all those bad things where you do, to fear God, read Quran, you understand, do almsgiving, dash people, give people money, then after the salah, after the fasting, you can give zakat. To purify that fasting, those small mistake when you make, God use that zakat to fitri, to purify them.
Some Muslim brothers and sisters, they start this fasting, they not finish them.
Yes, now what God don't destiny that. That is why among the faith of Islam, say make you believe in destiny. Allah don't tell us as we reach this period too, this morning. Say make we no believe say we reach 2 o'clock prayer. And when you miss 2 o'clock prayer, say no believe say you go reach 4 o'clock. And when night come meet you, he say check yourself all the things where you don't do. If you say you don't commit sin, beg God, because if you sleep, the next if you say na grave, the person go meet himself. So because of that one they rotate, they kind of rotate our doings. Make we check ourselves.
Not vex for this question,
no.
This Islam, this religion.
Yes.
You know any tribe?
You no get tribe, oh. You know no tribe. Whether you be Hausa, oh. You know the unique thing about this Islam. Whether you come from Ghana, oh, you come from China, oh, you come from America, or you come from Nigeria. Now one Quran now they read. If me wake up for China, they make mistake. Who come from Nigeria will correct me. Now one Quran, you no get a version. So if I say Bismillah, I they make mistake. If 100 people correct me. So you no get a fit change down.
Be Muslim. People must be Muslim.
The man where they take all the little na Benin man.
During this fasting,
yes,
person no go feel sex in wife.
You know say God, they make things easy for us for Islam. Oh. Very easy. When they fast for daytime, they say no meet your wife. Oh. But when I don't reach, if you make go so big, when I don't reach,
what should be your message to all Muslim youths all over Nigeria, all over the world?
First of all, make they fear God. Anything what they do, because if God know, if person say they do something, nobody see you. No say God they see you. And one day we feel close eye, we no go open again.
This same Allah, na be Osalobua.
This
same Allah, na be Chineke. This same Allah, na be Olorun. This same Allah, na be Ogene.
Na be Osalobua Dazi. Okute tebi tenegwo. Yakpama. Naimi. All those things.
Waiting they happen. ITV, certainly the best.
welcome to Women in Conversation, reaching you live from our Lagos Network studio. I am Patricia Uremu-Gabriels. Thank you for joining us on today's program. We have our women seated in the house to discuss and, converse on certain issues that is affecting women in the society. Of course, I have on my right Barrister Chisom Agbofi. Barrister Chisom is a legal practitioner. You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Patricia. Really appreciate it.
And thank you for joining us again. And then we have Abiodu in the house. Abiodu is a registered social worker in the UK, and she's also the CEO of Abigail's Court Limited. Abiodu, you're welcome.
Thank you, Patricia, for having me.
And then, of course, I have my princess, my beautiful princess, Edith Madejemo. Princess Edith is an entrepreneur and the CEO of Freedet Hold Global Limited. Princess Edith, you're welcome.
Thank you, Pat, for having me.
It's nice to have you women on set again. It's going to be a fantastic discussion today, just like we did the other day. We're going to have a fantastic discussion, and so we're going to hit the ground running. Let's start by DNA. We have the lawyer in the house who's going to be talking to us about DNA. And so, should DNA be made mandatory before birth certificates are issued in the hospitals? Let's know what DNA is first before we go ahead to talk.
Okay, first of all, DNA, if we're talking biologically, they call it deoxyribonucleic acid. It's a testing that is to determine the biological status of a child, to know the paternity status of a child. So it could have serious implications legally if it turns out that the child is not actually the father. The father is not the owner of the child, or the mother, has done something, and then the father brings up a suit to say, okay, there's paternity fraud somewhere and all of that. Because I think recent statistics, it shows that over 27% of Nigerian men are falling for paternity fraud, where they find out years later that 6 children do not belong to them, or 5 children do not belong to them. And, it can be also psychologically disturbing for somebody to find out that even financially wrecking, it could wreck a man financially. You've been training 5 children for so many years, only for you to find out that none of them is yours, or something like that. So if we should say, okay, should DNA be mandatory in hospitals? I think it depends, because there are some times that, yes, those are your children, but even hospitals have negligence. You could say, I think there was a lady that was saying her daughter was swapped at birth and all of that. Maybe due to those circumstances, we could say that once a child is born, maybe it should be mandatory, maybe within the space of, maybe they should give a 2 weeks time frame if the parent wants to do a DNA test to confirm. I think that is what should be done. I think it's something that should be enforced.
It shouldn't be enforced. It should be in agreement with the parents, if the parents agrees to do that.
That's why I said a 2 weeks period. The hospital can open a 2 weeks period after a child is born and say, as the father, do you want to go through a paternity? If you want to do it, if you don't want to do it, and after that 2 weeks, maybe then you can go.
Okay, thank you for letting that clear to us. Abiodun, let me come to you. I have asked a question, and I'm going to put the question back to you. Should DNA be made mandatory? After the lawyer had explained to us the legal aspect of DNA and what DNA actually is, do you think it should be made mandatory before birth certificates are issued in the hospitals?
I don't think it should be mandatory. It should, as you said, it should be a choice for the parents or the mother to agree to or not. I don't think it should be mandatory. But if they're like educated, tell them the reasons why, like you said, you put it like to make sure that this is your child, that there's not been any mix up, and then it could just be good also for the family with this thing going on. You said the percentage is how much?
27%.
That's you shouldn't
be
any percentage like that. So that is in men's minds that this and that, and again so. To me, if you know that this is your child and everything, then there's no harm in it, but it shouldn't be mandatory. Then it should be like encouraged, like let it be a norm. There's some things that is a norm, but you don't have to do it. Then after a while, it becomes a norm that because it's a choice, because people are educated that, so that there's no argument or, let's just do it and it's like a norm. But like now, when you say, oh, you should go and do DNA. It's as if, oh, you don't trust me. You think this is not your child. But if it's like, we just do it because so that it doesn't cause anything in future, and the wife and then you do it, then it's like everybody's doing it there. But at this stage, not for it to be mandatory. I think they should just start to educate people that this is the percentage, this is it, and then you want, that's why.
Not for it to be mandatory. Thank you, Abiodun. I'm coming back to you. I'm going to come back to you. But let me talk to Edith. Edith, as an African woman, as an African woman that I know you are, do you think it should be made mandatory? Given with the, percentage that the lawyer had just quoted for us. Chisom says it's 27% of the children not being the children of the man. Do you think it should be made mandatory?
It can't be made mandatory because I don't think it's the right or the duty of the government to enforce that. There are certain rights that the government has, and there are certain rights the human being has as equal also. So I don't think it is the right thing for the government to mandate individual to conduct a DNA on their child. I think it's a personal thing. It's an individual thing, just like she rightly said. There should be a window for a decision, whether you want to do it or you don't want to do it. You understand? Whether you want to carry out the DNA test on your child. Some people don't care, some people don't mind. But if there's any doubt, and like I said, it's a personal thing, you can say, okay, let's do it while the child is still very young. So I won't go through that route of financial wrecking, emotional wrecking that will come on the long run. You understand? So I don't think it's going to be ideal for a DNA to be done before a certificate is being issued.
Okay. Do you know why I'm laughing?
No.
Because you're saying it shouldn't be mandatory. Okay, yes, I agree with you. But then again, in a situation where, like taking example, the embassies will ask for a DNA test to be carried out, and then the result comes out negative. Carrying out a DNA test because you're trying to seek for a visa, is that not mandatory as a lawyer?
It is mandatory.
When it is necessary.
That's why I said, like, the issue of, we talked about the percentage. There's a report that says 27% of men in Nigeria, they suffer from paternity fraud. That is, they find out that these 4 children I have been training, school fees and everything, the 4 of them are not mine. So if there's the case of paternity fraud where there's a misrepresentation on the paternal status of the children, then it is mandatory. They've had cases like that, like you mentioned, at the embassy, and they want to they carry out a DNA on the child to find out that you're not the father of the child, and then the husband will have to file a suit in court, and it's wrecking legally, financially, emotionally. It scatters the family. So that's why I said that, when there's a case of paternity fraud, which is so much prevalent in Nigeria now, women enforce maybe having multiple sexual partners as at the time they got married, and you don't even know, you're not sure which is which. So as a woman, you should be able to acknowledge that, okay, I'm confused. Because I think the problem with women is you feel, I believe there's a natural way women know and say, you're the father of the child and all of that. We fail to just say, okay, let us do this. Women adamant, in that area, they're always stubborn.
Let me come in there. My mom said something as a growing up young girl. She used to say, it's only a woman that knows the father of her child.
So women.
So do you think that in such cases, these women knows that those children are not for the men, but they just kept it a secret?
That's what I'm saying. That they say, they have a notion. Times have changed where, even a grandma will say, I can give birth to this child. But there are complications now that even nurses of the grandmas cannot carry out on the baby. You know that. So times have changed where you say, I'm very sure this is the father of my baby and all of that. As long as you are confused, you've gotten that notion that I don't know the time frame, I don't know the calendar, there's something off, then you should carry out the DNA test. But
your advice is the woman should seek for the DNA test by herself.
Yes, but
when
it's something,
confused.
And that is one of the challenges when she's confused. That's one of the challenges we have with women. when there's a paternity fraud issue, and a woman is, I don't want to do it, she don't even want to do it again. Even when the embassy has found out that this is not the man's child, you're still adamant that you don't want to do it again. Why? I mean, it's clear that this is not his child. So women are always, they don't really want to go through that because of what people would say. That, think that's what would society stigma. Yeah, what will society say about me? This is not his children for 6 years. We've even had cases of over 10 years. You have 2 children, and
I have a story. Your case is 10 years, 6 years. I have a story that it was 11 years.
Wow.
Okay, so this guy came into the country, met this girl, they dated, and along the line they had whatever, and she got pregnant, and decided to say this guy was the father of the baby. And the guy was like, okay, no problem, I don't want to marry, but we could take care of the child since you say you don't want to get the child off. And then of course they continued, and he was sending school fees, sending everything, and the child turned 11. This lady got married, had other 2 children, and the guy was like, okay, you know what, let me relieve you from my own child, my daughter. Let's get her into the US. So of course, all the US documentations and everything. One of them was to carry out a DNA test, and then the DNA came back and it was a 000.
Wow.
So, and that's got everything disorganized. But she kept saying it was a mistake from the hospital that the DNA was carried, and that the guy said, okay, so what do you want me to do? He said, let me go and take your mother's blood and carry out another one in my own hospital. And the guy said, no, I am not going to do that. Because if the embassy's hospital had carried out the DNA and says it's a 000, exactly. I mean, why do you think my mom's blood will change it, and in your own hospital, I don't know what you're going to do. So my question here now quickly is, the guy rejected the child after 11 years. Do you think it was the right thing to do?
That was traumatizing.
He rejected the child.
Yes, Edith, let's start with you. Do you
that
think
was traumatizing.
It was the right thing to do?
No, I don't know. It may not be the right thing to do, because for a child you've been in his or her life for 11 years, that's quite an age. You must have built bonding, emotional love, investment. You must have invested in that child. For you to just reject the child outrightly, I don't think that was the right thing to do, because you can actually father a child that is not actually your biological child. You understand? To me, I would say that was a very harsh decision. There are some children people cater of or fund are responsible for their upbringing and education out there that are not your biological children. You can swear just this child is an innocent child. She's not aware of what happened. You understand? You just rejecting the child outrightly actually shows the level of love you actually have for the child. That's what I would say, because that's an innocent child that doesn't know what happened. I would have said you should have just take the child, take care of the child. You can decide to change the name. You can decide to change the name and
to another name.
To another name. And when the child grows up, you let the child know this is what transpired when you were at a younger age, and I still kept on doing what I'm supposed to do as your father. You don't have to be the biological father to train or raise the child. Do you understand?
Thank you, Edith. Abiodun, what's your take on that?
It's very sad. Firstly, before, I don't know, for me, because my background, I've come from the UK back to Nigeria. In the UK, before a DNA test is done, they would have spoken to the family just in case it becomes that, so that you know the consequences, because a child is involved. Everything is usually child-centered because the child will be affected. So they would analyze things beforehand. So before that test is done, the mother would have spoken to the mother, they would have spoken to the father and the child that, listen, you're going to do this test. The outcome might be this and this. What are you going to do? So that they plan ahead and they make sure they protect the child.
Thank you.
Because to me, you do, and then you now reject the child. How old is the child?
11.
That is, to me,
Very harsh.
It's
you know,
very harsh.
I don't. It's from Nigeria here.
Yeah,
They
are
should-
both
They should have
Nigerians.
the counselors and everything. That man should not have been allowed to do that. Yes, I know. And then again, the woman is saying that, can you take your mother? I know, your mother's blood. Maybe. We don't know. Maybe, because I can't say it could be genuine that she didn't know. And if she's had, then it must be an open discussion. Did you, while you were dating, did you have another partner, this and this and that? And there's something you said that a woman would know. Yeah, but
my mom says that.
A woman
a
would know. It
woman
depends
knows.
now.
that.
Only
That's
a
what you get
woman
when
knows
they say
who
that.
is responsible for her
So I
pregnancy.
just hope that she probably was confused or something. But if she had, then there needs to be a conversation. Because to me, she would not have gone ahead with that DNA test if she had a situation that it could be the other way around. Does it make sense?
Yeah. If she's aware,
If
she's aware of it, she
because
wouldn't
the
have.
child is involved. And then again, I understand the man is angry and upset and maybe feels cheated and everything, but there's a child involved. Because I have another, while we were growing up, there was a similar situation, but not with the DNA. The man remarried, but we all knew during that time that he fathered a child when he was young, and the mother said, but then later on in life, I think when he remarried, the wife sort of something didn't sit well with her, that maybe this child maybe didn't look alike, blah, blah, blah. So she wrongfully did a test. I don't know how she was able to do the test, but I'll find out the story later. And they found out that he's not the man's child. So obviously, but the man was good, even though, and this was not them, this was the child was probably 19 or so.
Already an
And it was a
adult.
girl. But they didn't reject the child.
Thank you.
Till today, I heard he's still taking care of the child.
Abiodun.
It's in Nigeria.
Yeah.
It's in Nigeria. The
Okay.
same, similar, but
there was a
Okay,
case
okay,
like
sorry, darling. Sorry. We're going to be going on a short break. We'll be right back. Please stay. Welcome back. We're still on Women in Conversation, and I still have my women seated here in the house. I have Barrister Chisom by my right, and I have Princess Edith by my far left, right, and then I have Abiodun by my left. What we have been discussing on DNA, should DNA be made mandatory before birth certificates are issued? Anyway, we were talking on that before we went on a short break. So I'm going to bring another aspect of on this DNA. We're going to be talking of abortion. Okay, now we're talking about DNA being made mandatory before birth certificates are issued. But we have also seen a case where the woman was raped. In such case, do you think abortion will be the right thing to do?
Okay, well, for me, I don't think abortion is the right thing to do, because if we're looking at the biological connection of how a child is formed, the child is already living. I mean, it's a living being inside of you already. So I don't think abortion is the next thing. No matter the procedure, how the child was made, or the circumstances that surrounds the event of how the woman, whatever she went through, I don't think abortion should be the option to go. And even at that, if we're looking at the legal implication of that, we could say that abortion is not legal in Nigeria. So even maybe there are even cases where we have girls in secondary school using alternative methods to abort kids, and that could even have a greater implication, health implication, right, in the long run. So I don't think it's advisable for a woman to go through abortion. I think the only condition where abortion should be allowed is when there's complication as to who to save when it comes to maybe a health issue. Maybe you should save the child or save the mother. For me, I think that should be the only reason why abortion should be allowed. Other than that, I don't think so.
Edith, in a case where there's rape, should abortion be allowed?
It's complicated. I would say it's complicated because in some cases, I like to be, how do I put it? I don't like to be straight at times. I like to be okay, let me go this way. It will be good not to carry out an abortion in some cases. What if, let me be trickish, what if this person that was raped has been looking for a child for years? What if this person has just come out of relationship because there was no pregnancy. And, you know, in Africa, we don't see men having any issue when it comes to reproductive. Everything is all woman's fault. And the woman is out of the marriage and all of a sudden she was raped and pregnancy surfaced. What do you advise in such case? She shouldn't carry out an abortion in that case. To me, that's a blessing in disguise. Yes. To me, that's a blessing because children are blessings from the throne of God. You understand? So to me, that's a blessing in disguise. Then there are cases, rare cases, like she said, where abortion can be, you know, considered. Like health, in the case of your health, it can be considered. In the case of a teenager, maybe considered. But legalized, no. It shouldn't be legalized because anything that is legalized in this part of the world, people will abuse it.
Abiodun, I just heard you say amen. Excuse me. I just heard you say amen. Amen to what? Amen to.
I agree to some of the things that she said.
Okay.
Not everything.
Yeah. Definitely.
And my take on that is, it's a very sad situation in rape, and I believe that with the right network of people surrounding that person, that they can make things work. I don't believe in abortion. As my sister already said, children are heritage from the Lord. And again, the Bible says that before you were formed in your mother's womb,
I knew thee
and predestined. So that child has a destiny. Yeah, regardless of which father or
the channel
has come. As my sister said, some people are looking for children. They'll even take anybody's
child,
sperm or whatever to fertilize them. So I'm not saying this particular situation she might be, production or anything, but just look at the future. I've had, one of a family person had, similar issue where she was pregnant when she was young and they had the abortion. Till today, she's not had any children. She's regretting it.
Can you imagine?
Yeah, that's the health implication.
That's the health implication.
We're talking about.
She's regretting it.
Okay, I'm going to redirect this question in a different way.
Okay.
What if you were still married, the woman is married in her husband's house, and the armed robbers came into the house?
There you go.
Raped her. So is abortion needed at this time?
But you know that if you get raped, and after you can go to the hospital, there's something that they give you to cleanse you out, which is not abortion.
Yeah, that's not abortion.
Immediately after. Just to flush. I can't remember what it is. So in that situation, there are things now that can help in that situation.
In that case, what you just said, there's something there in the medical terms, their name they call it. There's something that they will give, they'll cleanse your system and wash off everything that we are talking about. That boils down to knowledge and ignorance. What if the person is not aware of this? What if the person involved is not aware of anything of sort, and the person will just stay at home and wallow in pain?
You have not answered my questions, ladies. Okay. What if the woman is married and she was raped right in her husband's house and she got pregnant? Should she go for abortion or take a walk from the marriage or remain in the marriage and have the baby for the man?
And now that they call her double wahala. Double wahala. See go be.
There's nothing God cannot do in that situation.
Okay.
Pastor. That cannot resolve.
Yes, darling.
In that situation, you don't know whether she's had all girls and this one will become a boy.
Oh my God.
I know. I'm just saying.
Oh my God.
Listen. There's nothing. You don't know. Even in that situation, God knew that it was going to happen. The man, and the husband might, he knows what has taken place. Do you understand? So then God can make it where everybody's at peace.
Okay, well, on a serious note, I would say there should be a discussion.
Definitely.
There should be a discussion between the couple, the husband and the wife. Find there was rape and is aware of it. And maybe it was in the house as well. So there should be a discussion. A heart-to-heart talk. to determine whether to keep whatever comes out of it or to get rid of it. You understand? It has to be a mutual agreement.
Okay, but you said mutual agreement. So what happens to ladies, my body, my choice? You know, if the lady, she knows how she's feeling, right? So I think in situations like this, the woman should be prioritized as to what does she want to do, how is she feeling, because there are women like that who will go through traumatic experiences.
Of course,
that. After giving birth to the child,
they'll be
they end up
traumatized,
committing suicide.
True.
Because they
I was going to come to that. Yes.
Or they could even start treating the baby somehow.
Yeah.
You know? So it depends on the woman. I think it should be the lady who would decide, I don't know how my body is feeling. Do I want to carry this child? So that's why it's important that if we know anybody going through something like that, it's best to, put them in a situation where you're encouraging them as to what they want, prioritizing what they want, how they feel. I think that's the important.
That is when you are lucky to be in a very good and understanding family.
Okay, so that
ITV, certainly the best.
This is Aqua Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin aqua seed. Ayo or aqua game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Aqua game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
ITV, certainly the best.
Yes, welcome to Viewpoints on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji. And today on Viewpoint, we're going to be talking about the current electricity issues and situations that we as business owners, as individuals, are facing in Nigeria, as over 80% of households lack adequate access to grid, as Nigeria's electricity sector suffers from chronic liquidity trap and infrastructural decay, leading to frequent national grid collapses, with generation dropping below 4,200 megawatts, far short of the 4,000 megawatts required for its citizens and population. It is a Viewpoint on ITV, and we're going to be looking at some of the key issues affecting our electricity sector in Nigeria. I am Caroline Okonji.
In terms of security of it, we need light. And based on that, in some areas, it makes it difficult for us when we are on patrol at night. And we are even begging the state government to try and do something, at least by supplying street lights in some area that are dark in the night. In most cases in our community, there are places that is very dangerous, that without light we cannot do anything of such. For so doing, we want, as a matter of urgency, the Edo State government to try and do the needful, so that the security will be okay for us, so that we can be able to work effectively.
The issue of NEPA issue that you came from is very rapid to us, in the sense that the NEPA look as if we are not a citizen of Nigeria, because since a month there's no light in us. We have been passing through. Which NEPA, anytime they came, a minute or 30 minutes to, they will come and bring the light to us. That is, we are not expecting them to come and collect their bill. Indirectly, we are expecting bill from them to come and collect. Within that hour or 2 hours, you will see a number of people with a LiDAR. They will come. They will come. And after their collection, there's nothing like light again. They will block us up. I think before we have this light, they mandated us to buy a meter, which we bought individual. We pay through the NDC, we have our transformer here, not through NEPA. Before we got out this light, they mandated us to write an application of submitting it to the NEPA as a will to them. And we work for it. And we should not claim ownership. And we fought for the transformer. And after that, again, they came that there is no oil in it. We pay up to 1 point something a day. Before, after all that, they came up again, said it was meter issue again, that every community, every houses have to have a meter, which we did. We have to. I have my own receipt. I have my paper meter in my residential house here. So after all that again, they came up with a past bill. We, before we make that transformer, got that transformer, we've been blacked out for 10 years here. They came with a bill to us again that we need to pay a standing bill. We went to Tesame, the office there. After we left the one at the bypass, they were delivering us before they now refer us to the one at bypass. I don't want to mention name of the manager there. Got in there again, he said we have to go for all those things. We need to fulfill all those things, which we did. After that, they now on the light for us. As they on the light, not up to a month, we are still in blackout again. So at the end of it, we went again. They said it was according to them, that the electric wiring Marriage. That was the cause that they now cut us off again from Iyowa again, which we not pick. Read that matter again. The Chile community, which is the Kabetu, Igbo and Igbo. After that, they brought a light for a week again. After a week, they cut us off again. They said Iyowa is owing. We now went to the office again and told them that if Iyowa is owing, does that mean it affects our community? We are blackout throughout all this. So before we sort all those things out, we have already made up our mind. We can do away with our neighbor. When our father was living with a lamp and all these things, we were enjoying it. We cannot be paying for what we are not using. We cannot be paying for what we are not using. So if they feel they want to cut us off from this NEPA issue, they should cut everybody off totally, so that we will know that we are not with NEPA. Not that after 3 weeks, they will not bring a light under 22 hours or 3 hours. They will come and collect their money. It's unfair to the masses.
The electricity issues and challenges that BEDC in the state is devastating, in the sense that as a minister I suffer a lot in terms of electricity. As an individual, not only me, the entire people of Edo State, and not only in Edo State, Nigeria as a whole, we are really facing electricity challenge in the country, in the sense that we are not getting constant light. Even though the tariff of electricity is high, people don't even get the light. I don't know how the government will enhance constant light for the Nigerian people, especially in Edo State here. We are seeing the government are not taking a proactive step towards this direction. But if the government will be able to ensure that people are paying for electricity and they are not getting electricity, government should take a drastic step in this direction by making sure if people have constant light, people will want to pay for it. But a situation where you don't see light, at the end of the month you see BEDC personnel coming to people's house to come to cut lights, is really a problem. My major concern is that let them provide us electricity and people will pay for it. But a situation whereby we don't have constant light, out of 24 hours, people cannot boast of 3 hours light in a day. It's a problem that we are really facing. People who are doing business cannot do business effectively. People who are doing business, they want to make sure their foodstuff does not get spoiled. Nobody can preserve their food again. Even though they cook, you cannot preserve it. Even though electricity for our artisans to work, they cannot get electricity to empower their equipment in order to boost productivity for the entire society. It is really a problem. The state of electricity in our country, in our state, is very poor. Very, very poor. We don't know how government is creating effectiveness on this aspect. We say Nigeria is generating electricity and the neighboring are getting electricity, and the people that are in this country are not benefiting it. Nigerians, we are crying. As a person, I am crying. We don't say as an individual we don't want to pay for electricity. We are not saying that they should give us light for free, but let them make light available and let people pay for it.
They often tell us the national grid is collapsed. So ultimately it's to develop enough capacity, the whole process of generation, distribution and the rest of it. And then the enabling law, the happy thing recently is that they have said is deregulated. You know, state governments and private investors can now enter the electricity market, generate and sell. So we do hope that will be a great deal of improvement, because without electricity, really, we are going to remain in the Stone Age. You know, we cannot industrialize. Even domestically, we cannot have the comfort we should derive from electricity. You know, we should consider all the options, whether the new sources like wind, solar in our country, so that we're able to generate enough for our consumption. The darkness is a cover for any kind of nefarious activity. Yeah, so if the place is not well lit or substantially lit up, people can ordinarily hide under the cover of darkness to perpetrate just anything, not just robbery, kidnapping, and whatever you have. Yeah. Don't also forget that we now have private investors. The government doesn't have so much to do with electricity anymore, apart from regulation. So they also have to maximize their profit. So it may have been a mistake in the first instance, divesting from electricity at the level of government.
Let me talk about the state where I live, where I reside. The total blackout is nothing to write up about. We really suffer when it comes to light. Edo is suffering. I think our governor is trying to, well, you have to do more. Our Excellency, Senator Monde, well, our governor of Edo, Executive Governor, you have to do more when it comes to that light issue. We are suffering. There are some of us who can provide electricity for ourselves, solar and all that. Maybe a generator, this was the case, but not everybody. And so at this junction, I think it is expedient that our governor looks straight into this issue and solve this problem. What would I call it? I don't know the right English to use. The right English right now, we have serious problem when it comes to light. Businesses are going down. Those selling drinks, those who have koro, without generator, you can't do anything. And the J is on the high side. Those small jewelry, those are better person. Our neighbor used to buy them 30,000, 10,000. Now you can't buy it. Then the other one is the Tiger and the LMX 1 point something for ordinary generator. So it doesn't make any sense at all. So we're begging on our executive governor, the governor that knows what to do, to please to look into us and save us from darkness. Then when it comes to these funny BDC people, we're raising a child that came from the US and the others. The first thing they learned in Nigeria is NEPA don't bring light. Children brought from abroad. The NEPA don't bring light. Can you imagine such? And so these funny people, 2 days, they'll bring the light on and off for 2 days. The next thing they'll come with their estimated billing. They start dragging people, wires and all that. It's high time. I think it's high time we stand our ground and let them know that we're not fools. We are Nigerians. We all own this nation. It belongs to nobody. It belongs to nobody and it's for everybody. We should stand our ground and fight for our rights. This BDC, may they pack, may they go. NEPA still better pass. You can't go out at night when there is no light. The security issue. Is what the government is trying. I cannot chrome them in one day, but we individual too. Like the police used to say, see something, say something. But sometimes when you say something, they use it as a bait, and so we need to. Just the government need to give us security as well. Nightlife in Benin is almost gone, but I also want to say kudos to our governor. For the first time, it was December free of bloodshed. It was wonderful. December, look, we have most of our people in Nigeria right now, those living in diaspora, those living abroad. Many of them came December and this January. And, they came and they're enjoying it. So I believe our excellent governor, our excellency can do more about that to give us more security. Like those if you're traveling from Benin to Akure, Benin to Ifon, those roads are no-go area at night. You can't date. So I believe with all hands on deck and our governor and the police, our CP, let's hope and pray for our action governor to do something about insecurity.
ADC, since they came in, I don't think they have done well by my own assessment. And darkness is synonymous with demonic things. And they have thrown their city into darkness, Benin City, Edo State as it were, is in darkness. And I think that the government should step into the matter to do something about the situation. Because the way I look at it is that, for me, I think it is deliberate. Because there are some areas that have light. They call it dedicated light. So why can't everybody have the same light? Because there are areas for 2 weeks no light, for 1 month no light. Some people have 3 hours a day. Some people have 1 hour. And if they bring light in this 20th century, people shout, hey! They'll be saying up NEPA instead of up BEDC, which is BEDC. So the thing is that government should step in and help us. People are dying, and most people are paying for darkness. They go there, they threaten people, they bring light when it is wanted for 3 days, 2 hours, 3 days, they come and collect money and they shut it down again. So I think the government should step in. If they are going to be thrown out, they should be thrown and bring people who can give us light, who are ready to pay. It was privatized. That was a good intention by government, but the people that did it, I'm sure they gave it to their cronies who does not know anything about the management of light, and that's why we are where we are. It has really hampered nightlife because you don't work in darkness, and the only thing that is helping us now is this solar, and people put everywhere, and some persons that have money to buy diesel and buy fuel. It's not everybody that have that kind of money, so it has really disturbed or hampered nightlife. But government is trying to bring it back by putting street light and everything. So we commend them. We pray that God will give government more power, more strength, more wisdom to do what they have to do. And there's individuals are also trying by helping to lighten up everywhere. So we praise them. But for BEDC, I think they should go. Make better people.
The situation of electricity in Benin here now, I will give them at least 30%. They don't give up to 50% from my area. But I wish the government can improve, because if you see what they happen to us now, we all they use our hand to define electricity. Some of us will go generator for us, some of us will get solar, some of us will go generate big blister. All these people will get like hotel. So I wish the government, if they really improve for electricity, all those generators will become condemned for our hand. You understand? So people are not going to go for it. And money, now they need to input, because that energy, that light will really need that. If light day for this, imagine if you come for here for Silok Road now, come and already put light, but in the evening, everywhere will be dark. So where there's light, everything, even the security aspect of itself, with anything for that light is too plenty. Maybe one particular. So we need light. If I come out for office now, if light no day, we will buy generator. At least from office, I buy at least, if I'm not mistaken, 5,000 in the first year. Imagine a times 1 month, na big money, and now money. From then I will see look at it, we come here say we want to go for solar. We can use solar to stabilize them, because solar they give us more, make savings from the fuel aspect of it. So if you get light, nothing like light, your light can carry AC, can carry everything for us. And to the noise, no go even give you that noise issue. So we prefer light more than any other thing.
The light is our problem. We are suffering for light. You can see our business without light, we cannot improve. We need light. The show of light is because it's very, very, very low. I don't know if you're getting it, very low. We need light. The show of light in Edo State is very poor. Patronage is very low. You can see we import fuel at least every day 10,000, 15,000 a day. But you can stay 2 days, 3 days, no light. The show of business is very, very, very low. Very low. So we are begging government to improve the light aspect. Without light, you cannot sell bulb, you cannot sell fan. You understand? When you have light, you prepare to buy fan. Not everybody can provide solar for his house. Actually, we need light.
Electricity in Benin City or in Edo State has been with mixed feelings, because to some they will give the positive nod that they are faring well with the supply of electricity, but with some become so epileptic of recent. Me personally, I have discovered that we are not paying for what we get, or we don't get what we pay for. The reason being that the regulatory body that's supposed to to task the BEDC are not doing enough to satisfy a customer by way of ensuring that you get what you pay for. For those who are using prepaid meter, there are reports that suggest that even the prepaid meter is even overbilling or overcharging consumers, as against what the government is telling us. Only recently we discovered that the BDC keep complaining that the generation company is not supplying them what they ought to get, which will in turn affect the consumer. And even at a point, they also raise the issue of federal government owing them. But just recently, the federal government has paid a huge sum of money to liquidate what they are owing this distribution company. But looking at the experience of consumer in terms of the electricity supply, it is so appalling. They will either give you excuse of faulty transformer, which they left for the consumer to contribute money to fix, whereas it is supposed to be the onus of BDC to fix the transformer so that they can in turn supply electricity to the consumer who pay for that service. It's like you are buying a recharge card. I am not sure that the recharge card you buy is what they give you. It varies from quarter to quarter. It varies from consumer to consumer. For example, for those who have been using the analog or the estimated billing, you will discover that whatever they bring, which is not subject to negotiation, by the time you now procure your own prepaid meter, they will bring everything inside the bill and begin to roll out deductions arbitrarily without consulting with the consumer. Even the estimated billing they brought was not even discussed by the consumer. So, and there is nobody that is there to advocate for the consumer or to leverage on the complaints. Nobody to complain to. So that makes it very, very heartbreaking. So for me, I believe the federal government and indeed the lawmaker, the National Assembly, should set up a body where consumer can run to and lay their complaints so that there can be an equilibrium between the consumer and the BDC, for example.
To wrap it up on Viewpoint on ITV, we're going to be highlighting some of the key issues that was actually mentioned by our respondents, which some said it is as a result of poor maintenance, gas supply shortage, and poor metering, just to list but a few. And the government at all levels, they are expected to do the needful and do the right thing to ensure steady power supply for citizens in order to boost means of livelihood, especially for business owners in the country. It is Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okunji.
ITV, certainly the best.
We expect that our vast viewership may have need for varying fitness concern, and in respect to these, we have made provisions for personal training sessions available for everyone, for we are poised to giving you a satisfactory one-on-one training. So, hire our service today and get a visible but lasting result. I am your host, Higato Destiny. You can call me the Man of Steel.
Omonoba Nedu Ukwakolopolo, Ewai II, Oba of Benin, stepped out majestically with loud crowd to perform the Soton rites of his late mother, Queen Mother Ioba Omoni Ikoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, who departed this world 49 years ago. Isoton is a traditional rite of the procession in memory of the departed person's spirit in Benin Kingdom. It is usually heralded by public display of the departed person's influence during their sojourn on earth. The display of a human effigy symbolizing the departed royal matriarch was preceded by the Oba of Benin, who led the procession from his palace to the Immortal Shrine at King Square in Benin City, where he offered prayers for the repose of the soul of the Queen Mother, Ioba Ewai II. Thereafter, the priest assigned to the Immortal Shrine offered Oba Ewai II items for Isoton on behalf of his family. However, chalk, known as Uri, represented a mixture from royal fans after ancestral spirits were invoked to bear witness and announce his arrival. On his way home, Oba Ewai paid tributes at various pilgrimage sites, including Queen Idia Tomb, beside Oba Market, where a cheerful crowd of traders abandoned their wares to catch a glimpse of the royal personage and join in the celebration.
ITV, certainly the best.
Ugieni Madonna, imagine Overo, always near Gbo, Manazo, or Ugieni Madonna.
You will have to serve the community for 30 years before you come to this stage. They will ordain you or your title. Then by then you are one of the elder.
This year now, we don't read the year, so that's why we can do this year.
Historically, joining the Elders Council, an individual must have reached a certain age and must have made significant contributions to the community through leadership, service, or other meaningful ways. There was jubilation in the community as sons and daughters of Okada, both at home and in the diaspora, trooped out to be part of the ceremony with various homes of the initiates agog with festivities. Friends and well-wishers of those initiated into the Elders Council jubilated at the Ogwedion after performing all traditional rites. The elders, known as Edion, in company with their loved ones, danced to their various homes where guests and family members were entertained.
ITV, certainly the best.
some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari yari, Oba Tope!
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.